Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us again. It's time for more updates. And let's see here. It looks like a little bit of everything, probably, but we're going to be talking a little bit about the Coburg situation, maybe a little bit of Madeline Soto as well. Thank you guys for joining us so much today. Please make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, share this out, let everybody know what we're doing in here today. Boy, is it sunny out today. Thank you all for joining us. That being said, here we go. Let's do it. All right. Welcome back again, guys. Thank you for being here. Yay. Look at my face. I look like powder again. It's so bright outside today. It's crazy. And it's warm. It's like 65 degrees outside. As you can tell, I was outside. It's sunny. Yay, yay. All right, 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 all right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining me again. I appreciate you so very much. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you all for joining us this morning for Cold Case Coffee in a Cold Case. I never can say it right. Let's see who we got joining us today. FarQ in the house. Welcome back, FarQ. Welcome from down under. Wonderful to have you here. Willie's in the house. Truth Nathan Uncensored. Whoa. One more time. Truth Nation Uncensored. There we go. Miss Charlotte, welcome back to you. Tomboy's in the house. The lovely and amazing Miss Wisdom Speaks. Thank you so much for joining us today. Andy Kane, welcome back. Miss Tater's in the house. Hope you're feeling better, Tater. Good to see you. SRBBBB. Welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Again. Cottony Cow 17. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let me see here. Bonnie Bailey, my dear, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, SRB, for that. Jules, welcome back to you. CLK, welcome back, Miss Kim. Wonderful to see you today. Angel D. What's going on, Miss Angel? Thank you for being here. Again from Down Under. Great to have you here. JS, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Justice for Miss Crystal McCory Jones. Miss Jenna's in the house, everybody. I was just talking about you guys today with the case we covered. Miss Jenna looks a lot like Miss Crystal's. That's facts. Thank you for being here, Miss Jenna. We appreciate you so much. Let's see. Miss Barbara's in the house, everybody. Wonderful to see you, Barb. Thank you for joining us again. Appreciate you so very much. Let's see here. JS. But Randy B, the OG in the house. Good to have you here. Tanya Jordan, welcome, dear. Good to see you today. Miss Jules saying, hey, meatballs. Teresa S, welcome back to you. Mittens for Kittens in the house again. Elbow Requa, welcome back. Great to see you today. Crime Mobsters, what's happening? Steven, welcome back to you guys. Please make sure to share it out. If you will, if you could, please, you should. Thank you so much. And hit that like button too. Welcome back, meatballs. Great to see you all here. Doc, welcome back to you. Great to see you, Doc. Always a pleasure. Welcome in, everyone. Dinner happening, so can't tag you all, but hello, all you awesome peeps, all the beautiful people in the house. Thank you for being here. Do I see Miss Tandy? Yes, I do. Hello, Miss Tandy. Thank you for being here again. Once again, regardless of what we talk about, let me reiterate something. Everyone is welcome to have their feelings, their thoughts, their theories, their opinions. Everybody's opinions, thoughts, and theories are absolutely respected. Everybody will respect each other's thoughts, theories, and opinions. We did amazing last time we did this stuff. So yes, you guys are, we've all gotten to the point that we can handle this now. There's people that think Brian is innocent. There's people that think Brian is guilty. There's people like me that have been riding the fence. That's okay. None of us are right. None of us are wrong. I just look at it that way. We can all agree to disagree on different things. We all feel that we're right or wrong. Whatever you feel, that you have that right, guys. Nobody will disrespect you. Nobody will tell you you're right. Or I'm sorry, nobody will tell you you're wrong and be nasty to you in here. That's all there is to it. Eddie, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you so very much. It was a very, yes, and we can do that again tonight, guys. We can get into the same conversation about different parts of this. Absolutely. And we respect each other with absolute respect. That's all there is to it. Agree to disagree respectfully. 100%. We are adults. We all have a piece of this pie that we have been in here with this case for over 2 some odd years. Everybody wants something for this. I don't know why I'm still wearing these. Sorry. Out of this, we want justice for the victims, and we want to ensure that, we understand everything. We get the truth. That's all there is to it, folks. So we're all in here for the same reasons and different sides of it, some senses, and that's okay. We can all respect that. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's a good point, Willie. I like that. If there was a dog stuck in a tree, we'd all band together to help and get that dog out of that tree. They're just opinions, y'all. It's not worth freaking people out. And we're not going to be able to just decide on anything probably till the trial. Miss Wisdom's right. But it is interesting and to be able to discuss things that have been released and talked about, and opinions and feelings about things that we have. Because if you sit on these things, I've come to find out that it will just cause, in some senses with a lot of people, it just causes you to flip out per se, because you don't understand it. So that's what it's all about. We're going to review a couple different shows that have come out. Of course, my court TV stuff that I follow. I love that. We're going to review some stuff with that, so on and so forth, and talk about those things. So, and I probably will open the panel and we'll have some discussions, guys, about those things. Julianne, welcome, dear. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So come on in, everybody, if you will. You know what? We haven't done it in a long time, guys. Do me a quick favor if you're comfortable with it. If you don't mind, it's a beautiful day out here. I'm in such a good mood. Why don't you let us know where everybody's tuning in from real quick while we're waiting on everybody to load in here, guys. 46 people, 31 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. Welcome, Horse TV. Good to see ya. We can just throw in there where we're tuning in from. I'd love to see it, guys. Hang on here a minute. Come on down. All right. Let's see. We got CLK. Miss Kim's tuning in from Kentucky. Rowena's out of rainy South Carolina. Miss Barb, of course, Missouri. Seahawks fan is coming out of Texas. It's 72 degrees out, 65 here, guys. It's weird. Horse TV's out of Lexington, Kentucky. Jules is South New Jersey, 10 minutes from Philly. Hey, we got a Jersey girl in the house. Let's see. Willie, we know where Willie's at. Jojo Canuck is probably, I'm going to guess, in Canada. Hello and welcome, Jojo. El Barriqua's out of New York City. Angel D, Melbourne, Australia. We love the Down Under. Don't tell Kane he thinks I'm in Perth. Okay, well, you just did, so we got you. We know where Tomboy's at as well. Miss Tater is in South Central Oklahoma. One made nuts out of Minnesota. Hanging with Heather. Welcome, Heather. Colorado, sunny and warm. Good to hear. Good to hear. Of course, SRB is right here in Ohio with me. We know that. Miss Charlotte's in Kentucky. Let me see here. See if I missed. Who I missed. Hold on. Let me roll back up. Mr. Stevens out of North Carolina. Let's see here. Barcue's from Mildura. I think I'm saying it right. Mildura, Australia. 71 in Missouri as well. Wow. Beautiful out today, guys. It is absolutely beautiful. Mittens for Kittens in Northeast California, the Sierra Foothills. That's awesome. Miss Bonnie Bailey, London, Ontario, Canada. Wonderful to hear. We know Willie's in Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. Lehigh Valley. He's a Pennsylvania boy. Let's see. It doesn't work that way in here, Angel. You know better than that. Not this one. Not wrong channel. Sorry, and I won't have that. So, Julianne saying out of Chicago. Let's see. I think I got everybody. I think. Oi. SRB, roughly about 3.5 hours. Yeah, we're not too far away from each other. Depending on how you drive, I guess. I could probably do it in about an hour and a half, but I don't really like to drive like that anymore. And of course, Miss Bunny is right across the lake from us. That's true. That is so true. Could go swimming one day and meet up, maybe. Oh, yeah. Willie knows Brian well. That's why it's interesting to hear Billy. You have a new name, Willie. It's Billy. Interesting to hear Willie's perspective on things, that especially based on how other people feel them. Miss JC Ann's in the house. Good to see you, JC, out of Nebraska. Of course, Miss Jen is out of Bastrop, Louisiana. She's down there in where they got the good food. I love that you're here just so I can say it. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother. I love it. Is out of Moa Seville, Indiana. I think I said that right. Mama Bear will slap me if I don't, I'm sure, when it comes time. Good to have you here, Jace, even though you're working. Thank you for joining us. RMFT, that's right. Roll motherfucking Tide. And I'm an Ohio person, so yes. Sorry, SRB. Sorry. Why live in Ohio when you can live in PA? What the hell's the difference, Willie? We're neighbors. We could probably get to each other within a short period of time anyway. Doesn't matter. Billy the Beazle. Just relate what all the people who truly knew him and grew up with him tell me. I can't find one person who talked bad about him, and Willie has told me that more than one time. So it's interesting. It is interesting. One of these days we'll get to talk to some other peeps. I really want to talk to, I can't think of her name. I always lose her name, but I do want to talk to her one of these days. Shoot, Willie, what was her name again? It's kind of the girlfriend. She did the first interview, I think. Casey, yes, thank you, bro. I always forget her name. One of these days I'll get a chance to talk to her. Just out of curiosity, I would love to have a conversation with her. All right, come on down. There were 48 peeps in the house, 36 likes, guys. See if we can make that match. I'd love to get this in the algorithm again. It would be nice. Who's going to do it? Who's going to get me in that algorithm? Come on, y'all. 52 people. You guys are awesome. Truth Nation used to live in Columbia, PA. Okay. All right, now I got another question for all of you guys. Hello, hello, and Sassy Cassie is in the house. Mystic Butterfly, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Once we review these videos, who wants to do the open panel again? If you do, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, make it a 2. Please and thank you all. And oh my God, I wish you guys could be here. My wife is cooking. She's making country fried steak, homemade. She doesn't do that boxed bread, fake stuff. Homemade country fried steak. I'm dying sitting in here smelling this stuff. It's crazy. It's so good. We got 1 so far. That's SRB. 2 thumbs up for thank you, Charlotte. Rowena said 1. If you guys want to do the open panel discussion with the open discussion, once again, give me a 1 in the chat. If you choose not to or don't want us to do it, make it a 2. And we have our child here that puts a 7, of course. SRB, I think it's time she gets an ass whooping. Such a smart ass. And then the wise one, the channel mother puts a 9 in the chat. So who's who in here? I won't say a word to Wisdom, but SRB, we can say something to Cassie. Wisdom can do whatever she wants. I don't care. She could paint the walls in here for all I care. She's allowed to do whatever she wants. Just saying. She can't reach me. But she will. And here's the thing, Cassie. Since you're younger, you'll forget. She won't. And neither will I. And I'll remind her the next vacation. So you're in for it. Just saying. Okay, we got a whole bunch of 1s. I'm just going to go with that. And we'll do that. Once we review these videos that we're going to look at real quick. And we're going to actually open those up to talk about on the panel with the discussion again, along with what goes into it. And again, guys, Corey Turdia, welcome and thank you. Can't blame me for the sass thing. I'm being an angel, best behaved. Earlier I was told that we had an angel and a saint in here, so we're very blessed. Even Miss Janice said 1. Yes. I'm sure Eddie would be down for it too. So you guys won. But once again, guys, and I want to state this as just okay. That would be awesome, Miss Jan. I'd love hearing from you again. We're not really ever going to be able to know everything and anything with all of this, guys, until the trial. So remember that. And let's be respectful of each other, is all I'm saying. Ms. Heather's in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I'm sure they are. And that's going to happen. It's going to happen. I figured you were, buddy. I figured you were. All right, guys. Without any further delay, because that way we can get our voices moving here. Give me a second. Thank you again all for joining me today. I appreciate you guys so very much. 1 second. We have a couple different videos I want to look at with my boy Vinny. I love Vinny. You guys know that. One of the main things we're going to talk about, because it's been called into question again, okay? The timeline. We were talking about this the other day when we were reviewing some of the newer documents and the stuff we were talking about. And Willie was up here at that time. We were talking about the fact that there were some issues with the timeline as far as I'm concerned, based on what we were seeing between the text between the girls. So Court TV and Vinny break down the timeline again. So I want to review that with you guys, and then we'll pop this open and give everybody a chance to discuss it as well. Captain Jack's in the house, or Jenks, I'm sorry. I always do that. Captain Jenks in the house. Thank you guys for joining us again. 58 people in the chat. Who started the party? I thought it was you, Cassie. 59 people, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button if you can. And let's get this in that algorithm if we can. I appreciate it so very much. Yes, Willie. Miss Tandy says, I love Willie on panel. A lot of the ladies do. At least they used to. Used to hear about it all the time. Where's Willie? Sorry, ladies, I don't look like Willie, but Willie looks like Willie, so we're good. And I think that's what happened, JC. We said that months ago. SRB said something like that the other day too. I didn't think I could have more questions in this situation, and here I am with way more questions. Every time they put something out, there's more questions, in my opinion. So we shall talk about it because that's what we do. Let me know if the audio is okay, everybody. Here we go.
Professor charged with the biggest reason that Karen Reed, a college professor charged with murdering her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, has gotten so much public support is because of a man known as Turtle Boy. Aidan Kearney is a blogger and citizen journalist who live streams on social media. Through his reporting and advocacy, thousands of people have joined the Free Karen Reed movement. However, Turtle Boy's involvement has also led to some legal issues. In December of 2023, he was indicted on multiple counts of witness intimidation and conspiracy related to his activities surrounding the case. Despite these challenges, Kearney continues to advocate for Reed, and now his connection to the case has made its way into some significant issues leading up to the retrial of the century. And tonight we'll bring in our trial insiders to get to the bottom of it. But first, on November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, were brutally stabbed to death in their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho. The shocking crime left the college town in fear as authorities searched for the killer. But those 4 students were not the only people in the house. There were 2 more roommates, Dylan and Bethany, who survived. They were awake in the early morning hours around the time of the brutal crimes. In fact, Dylan saw the killer just before he left the house, although it wasn't clear to her who he was and what he had just done. Dylan and Bethany communicated that night via text message and ended up in the same room in that house. Tonight, we will take a look at those communications, which lay out a timeline of what was happening and when it was happening as we continue our in-depth coverage of the Idaho student murders. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. Great to have you aboard on this Friday night. Big story. This is a big case, and we've got some big developments tonight to talk about. Of course, we're talking about the 4 students from the University of Idaho who were brutally murdered inside their house that they were living in while going to school. That house has since been demolished. The community did not want it there anymore, and apparently neither prosecutors nor the defense wants the jury to see it, so it's gone. But it clearly is an important part of this case and was the scene of this brutal, brutal murder. I want to walk through the house with you a little bit because there's 3 levels to this house as you look at it. On that top floor, that's where Maddie and Kaylee were. And that's where they were murdered. And they were together up.
Hold up, bro. Are you high? Get out of here.
On that top floor. There were a few rooms up there, but they were together in the same room. And it was in that top floor, in that room, where the knife sheath in this case was found. Significant part of the case, but these 2 young women, excuse me, I'm sorry. These 2 women.
I'm sorry, Charlotte. I just wanted to review it with everybody based on what we hear. That's all.
Were brutally murdered. Top floor of the house. No one else is on that top floor. If you go down now to the middle floor, that's where Ethan and Xana were killed. And that's where Xana's room one. I think Ethan was staying there that night.
Well, God bless you and welcome, Angel. Oh, you were telling Vinny because of the died.
This is the main floor, which is where the kitchen is, which is where the sliding doors are, which is where they believe the killer came in and out of that home. So the middle floor, kind of the main floor of the house, right? Because this is where the kitchen is. This is sort of the way most people come in and out of the house. And that's where Ethan and Xana were. But there were 2 more roommates inside that house, Dylan and Bethany. Dylan was on that same floor, that middle floor, but in a different room from Xana. Bethany was down on the bottom floor. So that night, Dylan and Bethany were there while all of this was happening. And this became a quadruple murder. Thank goodness 6 people weren't murdered, but it could have happened. They were there. So what I want to do right now, because we've gotten more information about the 2 surviving roommates and how they were communicating in those early morning hours. But I want to put it all in context. So I'm going to take a little bit of time here to walk through the timeline of events that night leading up to when the murders are, so we can see when this text messaging was taking place, when these communications were taking place between 2 roommates in the same.
And this is where we had questions the last time we were in here talking, because immediately as soon as we started reading these text messages and looking at the times, I said, wait a minute. Willie said, wait, how does that fit? Brian was on the road and heading out at that time, and they're saying, so here we are. This is why we're going to be discussing the timeline as we review this and what they think on this as well. So, I mean, interesting as it is, I'd like to see how this is explained, because it doesn't make sense.
Same house, but again on different floors. Dylan on the middle floor where 2 of the murders took place. Bethany downstairs where we don't believe the killer ever went.
Yes, Annie's very interesting, especially with this here. The blood sample from the sheep. It is definitely kind of crazy. Somebody should go get her and invite her in as well. I loved having her here the last time we did this.
So we begin at 9 p.m. Ethan and Xana are at Sigma Chi, which is the fraternity, which is relatively close to the house. That's where they were that night. From 10 to 1:30, Maddie and Kaylee were in town at the Corner Club, and it's a nightclub / bar in town, and they're there spending the night. At 1:40 a.m., after leaving the club, they were seen on some video from the Grub Truck. The Grub Truck does a live stream on Twitch, and this became an extremely important video.
Oh my God, I swear this watching this video is going to make me have a seizure one day. I'm so over this video, you guys. You have no idea.
Video early on in the case, because everyone was like, the murder took place. We have video of 2 of the victims just beforehand. What are they doing? Who is there? What's happening? And a lot of attention was paid to people that were at this Grub Truck. And there was a man standing behind her. Obviously, all these folks are innocent, but everyone was wondering, who are they interacting with, and did it have anything to do with what was going on? Because it seemed like there was one young man who was there and arrived when they arrived and left when they left. But obviously, he has nothing to do with the murders, but was a person that people were wondering, okay, how is he connected? Does he know anything about what happened that night? Was it someone that they bumped into in the nightclub? Then at 1:45, Xana and Ethan return to the home. And again, the home is so important in all of this. Here it is before it was knocked down. 3 stories. This is the parking lot where you can enter that bottom floor where Bethany was. And then as we approach it here, some body camera video of the home.
Welcome,
again,
Chris.
This is the bottom level, but if you go around the side and go up the mountain a little bit, you can enter through the sliding doors into the kitchen. And that's where they believe the killer entered the home, and then climbing up through the back to the parking lot. 1:56 is when Maddie and Kaylee arrive back at the home as well. So you've got Xana, Ethan, Maddie, Kaylee all back before 2 o'clock in the morning. What's happening with the suspect? 2:42 that night, the suspect's cell phone pings at his home in Pullman, Washington. Excuse me. 2:26 to 2:52, Kaylee and Maddie are calling Jack, Kaylee's ex, and someone that people are looking at, because this is someone that has a relationship with Kaylee and someone who they were interacting with, at least on the phone that night, 226 to 252. Obviously, he's innocent in all of this. 247, the defendant's cell phone is traveling south through Pullman, Washington. Then the phone is turned off or placed into airplane mode, right? Off the grid. The phone is then off the grid at 247. This is interesting. 3:29 a.m., there's multiple sightings of a white Hyundai Elantra in the King Road neighborhood, and that vehicle makes 3 initial passes by the King Road residents. So you can see the road that you can drive by to go past the home. That's the road. There's cameras in some of the homes that are capturing this. Again, it's nighttime, it's dark, so it's difficult to make out license plates, but you can see vehicles that are making those passes. At 4 o'clock, Xana receives a DoorDash delivery. At 4:04, the suspect vehicle enters the area for a 4th time and turns around on King Road multiple times, finally towards the home. And this obviously is the time where they believe the suspect is about to enter the home. At 4:20 a.m., the suspect vehicle is seen departing the King Road residence area. Okay, so 4:20 is the time where we believe the killer is now leaving. That brings us now to the first text messages from Dylan to Bethany. Dylan on the 2nd floor, Bethany on that bottom floor. Dylan, who in interviews said that she saw a man with bushy eyebrows. Dylan, I'm freaking out right now. No, it's like a ski mask almost. Bethany says something, explicit words, shocking. Actually, then Dylan, like he had something over his forehead a little and mouth. I'm not kidding. I am so freaked.
Yes. Would it be easier to bring you guys up here while we review this or after? I was thought it'd be easier after the fact, but I can do it before if you guys want me to. Notice how the Xana in all black text is not there. Yes, I do. And we have that in the document. So yeah, agreed. Yeah, I was just thinking that, SRB. We could just bring them all up as we review this. So give me a second, guys. It'll be easier. Hold on. Or whoever wants to join, I should say. That way we can just get it all done at one time. Sorry, I was just trying to do it comfortably. So hold on 1 minute. Let me pin this in chat real quick. And again, oh shoot. What did I just do? That was dumb. If you have not been up here before, please show your face, not your waist, at least for a minute, so that I can ensure that it's all in the up and up where it is. So the link is pinned. Go ahead. Let's bring anybody up that wants to join us real quick, and then I'll pull that right back up again, and we'll go from there. That way we can stop and start if we need to talk about those things there. It's a little easier that way. It makes more sense. Thank you, SRB. Go lay down, bud. Hey, Joey. Good to see you, my friend. Ray Knightley's in the house. Welcome. Hold on just a minute. Give you guys a minute to click that. Anybody that would like to join, come on up. Welcome back, Cassie. Donald D. Nice. What's happening, brother? Thank you for joining us tonight. 70 people in the chat. 52 likes. What's going on with that? The Tomboy is the first runner-up. Welcome, dear. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Come on in. Welcome, dear. Thank you for joining me. Hello, Miss Michelle Weddle. Great to have you here. I'm waiting for Willie. Come on now, bro. I know you have something to... You stop me. You're the first one to stop me, so let's do it. It'll be easier, though. I don't know why I didn't think this. This is why I have my moderators and my team to help me make better decisions at time to time. So thank you, SRB. I was trying to think of which way is easier, but this is easier. And it makes more sense because we can stop and review and chat about the things as we're going through. So
We make better decisions.
no, than I do. Sometimes, yes. You helped me to make better decisions. Don't make me eat my words, Tomboy. Come on, you're welcome, Eddie. I love it when Eddie comes up here.
Come on, Eddie. Come on, Willie. Get your butts up here.
Billy and Eddie, they're very vocal and they make a lot of sense. I love it. You hush your mouth, Cassie. All right, Eddie. Well, my
I don't
friend.
know if I can. They're not seasoned right just yet.
Hi, Daigle. How are you?
I am wonderful, brother. Thank you for joining us tonight on this. Appreciate you.
You know, one of the things that makes it so difficult is when we're all watching someone put out so much disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of counterproductive to what we're trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. You are absolutely correct. That's why I like to have these conversations. They've always been, with the exception of a few times where there's been some arguments, but I think we've all moved past that. It's nice to have these conversations to help to explain some of these questions that we have, to look at certain things. And as things change, specifically, we've talked about this for 2 years. You've got 2+ years, you guys. How about that? We've known each other for that long, first off, but you know, it's good to be able to work through this and talk through these things and try to help each other understand, because a lot of this stuff we don't maybe we do understand, I should say. It's like, well, why now? What's this? What was that? I told you that looked different. I told you that wasn't right. Things like that. And I enjoy these conversations. That's what it's all about. So all right, we got Eddie up. Are you coming up here, Willie, or no? He's probably trying to either get something set up so he can or not. If he doesn't, it's okay. He can hang out in the chat if he wants to. I'm just trying to wait. Give it a second more. So how are you today, Eddie?
Oh, the weather is really nice. Doing much better now that winter's over finally.
Yeah, yes. I think a lot of us have seasonal depression, because I'm telling you, I can pretend like I'm in a good mood. And I have many a days when it's like 20 below zero and there's 4 feet of snow on the ground. Today is probably the most beautiful day I've seen in like 8 months. And it is gorgeous, like 65 degrees. The sun was shining, and I'm in it completely.
Sorry, bro. When you dropped the link, Annie, because I texted Annie about coming in, but she called me. So she called me as soon as you dropped the link.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
She's driving right now, but she says she's going to try to pop in the chat whenever she's done.
That's awesome. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, and I'm like in such a different mood, and I truly think a lot of us have seasonal depression that live up here in the north, especially.
Really?
Oh my God, dude!
I do when it gets dark early.
Oh yeah. Some people. Hey, I see you, D. You can shut your camera off, brother. Anyway,
there he is.
I get it. Like when the sun goes down early and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like
first time I've ever seen Donald.
Oh, he's been up here a couple times.
Yeah, man, it makes me depressed. Like, 4:30, or I'm getting my kid off the bus. An hour later, it's pitch black, and it's like,
Where did they go? Yeah,
you
don't get to do nothing with your kids. You don't get to do anything. The day's gone. It's bullshit.
Like this time of year when it gets dark at like 8 o'clock. That's what I like.
Oh yeah. But it's beautiful today. I'm in Ohio, guys, and we don't get the beauty weather. Okay, no problem, SRB. We'll be here.
Could you imagine living in Alaska?
Yeah, but hell no. Hell, my buddy lived in Alaska. He was there for 6 months, and he said he was ready to kill himself.
See what I'm saying?
He couldn't.
That's why there's a lot of suicides in Alaska for that reason.
Those were exact words. He was like, I was ready to end it, dude. He goes, I couldn't handle it. It was dark. Like most of the time he was there was no sunshine. And it was just the cold, the dark, and it was just miserable all the time. And he was like, I can't handle this kind of stuff. And I said, I get it.
Yeah. I couldn't do it. 24 hours of light, 24 hours of dark. Screw that.
Right. Donald, you hit that thing twice, bud. I'm going to move this one. Here we go. Okay. All right, guys. Welcome, Willard, Eddie, Miss Tomboy, and Donald D. Nice from Twitch. And Donald dropped off again. Okay. All right, guys, everybody in the chat, welcome. Great to have you all here again for this. Appreciate you guys. Please make sure to hit the like button, share it out. And
Yeah, I didn't mean to like stop everything, dude. I just
it just
I
makes
want
more
you to
sense.
see how
Yeah.
they're taking out and putting in what they want. That's crazy talk.
It is. It is. It's interesting, and that's what this is all about. As soon as I can find it again, hold on a minute. Here we go.
Whatever happened to reporting the facts? Is that just gone?
1958. That's when that feels like it stopped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't seen the news report true to life factual information in a long time because I watch the local news. That's all I watch. I don't even watch national news anymore. I watch it in the morning. I get up, my coffee. I watch what's going on right around me because I don't trust in anything else. That's why we do what we do, because a lot of people have branded YouTube the new worldwide news. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just saying, I don't know, because we try to find the truth and share it with each other. All right, so back to this. So like Willie has pointed out, guys, there was a text in this mix here that says they purposely left that part out, unless they purposely did it because of what the conversation is here. But we're looking at the timeline right now. Last time we talked about this, when we first reviewed these text messages in the 911 call, Willie and I both pointed out the fact that the time that these text messages are happening is the time that Brian's in the house, supposedly doing what they're accused him of. But based on the PCA, Brian at that time is out on the road leaving. So we called into question the timeline once again, as it has happened. I don't know how many times now. So here we are. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this again, listen to this, and we'll stop it when we need to discuss these things. Tomboy, Eddie, Willie, can you guys hear everything okay? Let me know if you can when I turn this on too, okay? All right.
Freaked out. At this point, Dylan is panicking, it seems, right? She's freaking out. At 4:24 to 4:28, Dylan is calling and texting Ethan, Kaylee, and Maddie and getting no response. No response whatsoever. But there are these attempts at communication after the text messages to Bethany. At 10:23 a.m., Dylan sends a text message to Kaylee and Maddie, but receives no answer. The text message, please answer. Are you up? Are you up? And then it's 11 a.m. and finally 911 is called. The phone is passed around a little bit, but one of the callers says, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. We believe that's Xana, and she's not drunk, passed out. She is stabbed to death.
And at
So
this point,
I have a question with that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So could the possible okay, obviously I can understand if the two roommates who just had 8 hours and had time to figure out what they were going to say in that one call was relaying this information, but they summoned two people over to the house that just learned about this, and I don't see them lying to a 911 dispatcher about what they're witnessing. So if there truly wasn't any blood that Xana was laying in, one, do we know that she was do we know that all four individuals were stabbed to death in the home, or could one person have been
killed
a different way, or two, was it cleaned up?
There's that too. I don't know. That's a good question, and I was just getting ready to bring that up. Thank you for saying that.
My question is, how do you get past the smell? You know there is a smell.
If you didn't clean it up.
Yeah. Yes, you're both right. As you walk into the house, that's going to hit you in the face like a sledgehammer. I promise you. I've been there. I've smelled it. I know it. And it's going to make you sick immediately.
Especially after 8 hours?
Yes, it's going to get really bad. Very rancid. Not to mention something, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful by any means whatsoever. You guys know me by better than that. But when this happens, victims have a tendency to evacuate. That smell goes into this as well, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Again, blend that together, nobody mentions a word. Nobody says anything. There's no talk of blood everywhere. There's nothing. Nobody is acting.
Do you notice who else they don't talk about either? They don't even bring up Ethan.
Not one time. You're right.
But yet we were told that Hunter was summoned over to literally knock down a door that they couldn't get in because nobody was coming to their bedroom door, right?
And that's Ethan's best friend. So yes, agreed.
So what is she summoning more people over to the house for if it's not to knock down a door?
They're right. That's absolutely.
Did she just did they just need other people to find them? Sorry, go ahead. Say that again, Mom.
Do you think that the person on the 911 call is going by what Dylan told them, as opposed to going and looking themselves?
Say that one more time. You cut out.
Because they're like passing the phone around.
Well, what do they think that whoever was on the 911 call that said one of our roommates, whatever, do you think they're just going by what Dylan told them and they didn't even bother to go look?
Well, thank you. That's what I was going to bring up the last time we did this. These are young adults, early, like 19, 20-year-old kids. Okay. When I was that age, if I would have went into this situation, the first thing I would have done was said, where's Kaylee and Maddie? Well, they're upstairs. Are they? Up the stairs I'd have went. Don't tell me nobody did that. Okay.
But if they're summoning Hunter over because they're scared to go out of their room, then I'm assuming Hunter found Xana,
Ethan. I'm gonna assume Hunter saw Kaylee and Maddie as well.
So
Lily, if you would have been called by a very good friend of yours that you hung out with in college or high school or whatever, and something happened at this house, you need to come here now. Would you have went through the whole house or just stood right there in that spot?
I mean, again, it depends on if I walk into the front door that we see and Bethany and Dylan are sitting there freaking out and telling me something happened, I'm gonna walk up the steps and figure out what the hell's going on.
100%.
Like, why else are you calling people over to what? Have a conversation? Like
100%. 100%. And I just can't believe that didn't happen. Steve W. Welcome says all the doors were open when Ellie got there. Okay. So they could have come in either door. Okay. That's true too. Did I see somebody say hi to Dinky? Is he in here?
Dinky here?
I don't know. I don't see. I can't
That'd be
see
dope, but I don't think so.
If he is, you're welcome, Dinky. It's good to see you, bud. Anyway, so I forgot what the hell I was going to say. I want to back up a little bit to where we started talking about this.
You don't think if that dog heard rustling, like at around noon, let's say, that dog didn't go downstairs to see what the fuss was?
Not even that, Tomboy. You don't think that dog heard all that noise and maybe may have been scared for a while? I agree, but never came out of that room until they found him sitting and he sat there in that room the whole time with the door open?
Yeah, right.
I don't believe that. I won't believe that. It's a dog.
A dog can sense death.
They smell things. They sense things. Him and Kaylee were very close. We know that. I can't believe he didn't go looking for her. That's all I got to say.
I just don't believe that he didn't. I mean, just because we're...
That's what I mean. I can't believe he didn't go look for her. And they came upon this dog sitting in the room, like just sitting there. I understand.
Especially when Xana is, if they're saying she's just passed out drunk, then you have no reason not to go look for the others if they're not answering. Like, Hunter isn't overwhelmed with the scene he's seeing because they're not saying that she's in a pool of blood and freaking out. He's saying, they're saying that there's an unconscious person. Then I would go look for who else Dylan's telling me not answering, who was everybody she called.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I mean, that's just, I don't know. But
it doesn't make any sense, Willie. None. And Tomboy, again, what you said makes no sense to me. I don't think so. Eddie, do you have anything to add to that, bud?
Yes, it takes us a divergence a little bit. So I don't put any mental effort into any of this stuff and try to figure out, why it doesn't make sense, because it's all lies.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that there has been a disinformation campaign?
Yep.
Oh, I mean, in some senses, that I don't really have a choice to not believe that per se.
It's on the screen.
Where do you think that originates from? Who has the power to do that? Could you or I do it?
Oh no, I mean, yeah, we could do it. You know, YouTubers do it all the time, but from the beginning, no.
Yeah.
It came out. It came out that way. Is that if that's what you're saying? But yeah, I agree. It came out that way.
Yeah, everything that we've been told is misleading. And for example, so Vinny says early on in this live court TV that you were playing the night of the murders at 2:47 a.m. Kober cell phone traveling south through Pullman. And then the phone is turned off or in airplane mode. However, the probable cause affidavit does not say it like that. For Vinny to say it like that is manipulating. So on page 13 of the PCA, we can read that at approximately 2:47 a.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage southeast of the Kohlberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohlberger residence and traveling south through Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 2:47 a.m., the phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage,
And
the connection to the network is
survivor.
disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode.
right,
Or
it goes off grid, right?
So so he's being selective in what he's putting up there for people to read. Also, 247, it turns out, is a lie. As we learned in the latest hearing, it's actually 254. There's a 7-minute difference where law enforcement lied and manipulated that timeline, which is very important
And that's
noteworthy in this case. So
yes.
at any rate, why all the lies and why the deception is the point, is the takeaway, for us that
And that's
we
the
can focus on.
that is the
Because
question.
it's because they don't have the evidence. If they had the evidence, they wouldn't have to do this shit.
I'm gonna say
Exactly.
from the very beginning, I said this before, and Tomboy, all three of you guys have heard me say this. You've said this. We've all talked about this. The investigation was botched from the moment that it started, in my opinion. Okay. So in turn, I'm not gonna throw blame at any specific person within this situation, but I'm gonna say that this was a botched investigation from the moment that this took place. So what you just said is a very important fact, Eddie. If we go with this statement, 2:47 was when we were told that the phone goes off grid, according to what Vinny said. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But like Eddie just proclaimed, 2:54 is the actual time. That's 7 minutes, right or wrong?
Yeah,
Right.
Okay. In this situation, guys, a minute is very important. 7 minutes alone, based on what we've been told about how long it took this man to do this, 7 minutes is very important in this case. So remember that. Okay. I want that to be very much heard. Okay. 7 minutes. That's a huge difference in time within this case. So remember that one specific note right there. Okay. And I just want to clarify, because every time we talk about this timeline, every minute counts. Every minute. Okay.
Let me ask you this: Why is Dylan waking up at what does it say? 10 o'clock to call people saying, "Are you up? Are you up? Please answer."
Mm-hmm.
Why is she waking up like she just got out of a slumber, calling people that she knows damn well aren't going to answer?
I don't think
She literally heard him die a few hours ago, and she's waking up calling to what? Show that she tried to have it on paper. Come on, man.
I don't know, but I truly don't think that they slept that night, to be honest with you guys. After hearing all of that going on, would you sleep? Come on.
I mean, listen, we were told that they were both sleeping, and Dylan woke up, opened her door 3 times, yada, 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 went back to bed. Now we know all that's bullshit. So, no.
based on the text messages stating that I'm scared to death, I'm freaking out, I'm this, I'm that. You did not.
Texting at 2:50. She's texting at 4 something. She's texting at 4:30. She's then texting her dad in the morning. Yeah, she slept. Sure.
I just don't believe that they slept. I don't. I agree with you.
That's crazy.
Welcome, KL and True Seeker. Good to have you guys here tonight. Thank you guys for joining us. Please make sure.
It's not called blaming the survivors. It's called going over the facts and calling out what doesn't make sense. That's it.
No, I'm not blaming the survivors for anything.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. Like, you know, people want to say, "Oh, don't blame the survivor." Well, listen, if they did something sketchy, we're supposed to just be like, "Oh, okay, no big deal."
And these are the things that we have questions about. That's the whole point right there, is questioning these things. It's not blaming or shaming or any of that stuff. No, by all means, and please don't take it that way. It is trying to question the facts that we're being given now. Okay, that's all. So,
yeah,
agreed. I do agree with that. And then that's another question. Let me back that up too. I don't know what you guys have. Elba Rico brought that up. Why was she calling why was she calling Eric Gower?
15 minutes after dropping off the girls.
Right. That was never brought into question before. Why would she be contacting him if she's already home?
Well, I don't know. Everything she does is normal.
I mean, and again, these are questions, guys. It's not, oh, I know why she did this because she did that. No, it's not that. I want to know, because these things were not explained early on with this. So we're learning them now, and now we're questioning things and going through those questions to try to get some kind of an answer out of it to make it make sense. That's all. So anyway, okay, guys, moving on. Very good point, Eddie, with what you said. You know, why are these untruths being told? Why are they blatantly different than what we were told? It doesn't make any sense. If there's mistakes made, I get it. That's okay. Mistakes happen. But don't lie or change the story to cover what you've done wrong. Okay, exactly. If you made a mistake, you made a mistake, guys. This is and I've said this before, me as a first responder, if I would have come upon a scene like this, I probably would not have known how to react right off the gate. I just don't. I don't believe I would. And anybody that comes on a scene like this should question how they would react.
But we were told, Dago, she was in a frozen shock phase. That's why she wasn't able to move or do anything or dial 911. She might have not even had her phone in her hand. Wow. Exactly. How much did that blow up? She's now running around with her damn phone.
And that's it. So based on the PCA, that's what we're led that we have to believe. We're told that. That's what the facts come from that. Okay. Yeah. We're seeing this now.
I'm a little more pissed off because my only child is a girl, right? So if I lost my daughter, right? I don't give a shit about no victim blaming any of that stuff. If I lost my daughter and I see that there's two people with their phones contacting everybody and their mothers at 2 something when my kid is supposedly getting in at 3 and 4, and then the next morning, and my kid could potentially have been saved. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I understand. No, you're absolutely right, sir. And I get it. I do. I feel the same way because I have 2 daughters. So yes, I get it. Absolutely.
You know,
so it's a problem. It's a problem. I get it. 100%. And that's why we're doing
the way they're describing Xana, they're not saying her, what we would think, her, I don't know, there's stab wounds all over her. She's in a pool of blood. What if Xana could have been saved somehow? What if one of them could have been saved with immediate 911?
Yes. We talked about that a year or so, maybe 2 years ago. If somebody could have dialed 911, right? If somebody could have dialed 911 immediately, we don't know that any one of these 4 kids could have been saved.
Just because people want to tell me, oh, how can after they get stuck with a knife in their lungs, you don't know where nobody knows what happened. Just because we're told one thing and then all of a sudden it's a completely opposite thing. I don't know what to believe anymore.
That's true. Can
I bring something up and challenge everyone to have a different way of looking at this and maybe ask new questions?
Sure thing. That's what we're doing.
Concerning the 2 surviving roommates and the statements that they made in the 911 call.
Right.
Now, if you all, whenever I say you, I mean you plural, so everyone listening. I always mean that. So say I murdered my spouse, right? And you are the investigator. And when answering questions, I say, well, you know me, I got memory problems, or I'm not sure if it was real or I dreamt it. I'm not even sure what I heard or saw. I was too drunk and really can't remember. I'm not sure if my mind was just playing with me.
Right.
Those types of answers, if you're law enforcement and the investigator, would you say, sounds good to me?
Absolutely not.
Right.
Absolutely not. Sorry, I'll be honest. No, I wouldn't.
So
She's a young
why
girl,
are they
yeah.
rolling with this?
She's a young girl, dude.
Why are they giving answers like this? Why are they giving these answers that she's stated they're blessing? They are endorsing her inconsistent statements.
Well, part of that, let me say something on that too. From what I understand, part of that is what we saw written in the PCA. Okay, the frozen shock phase and the clad in black stuff. Everybody questioned
Which,
that.
according to the prosecution, is basically all a lie now.
Right. So, and that came from the prosecution. So, as soon as we heard that, we all went, "Wait, what 19-year-old kid talks that way?" But okay, fine, we'll let that be. We questioned that, give that. Then it came out during testimony. I can't remember where. It's been so much, but that yes, an interrogating detective will change things when they write it down to fit how they would say it. I guess you could say that's okay. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. So we know that probably happened to an extent, but now this is completely changing things all the way around, you guys. And why? That's a good question. Why is that accepted? Why is that?
Let me ask you this: why isn't any of Bethany's, like, you do you notice how in the PCA they only describe what Dylan saw and Dylan's accounts and stuff like that, but they never say one word about anything Bethany told them or saw.
I questioned that 2 years ago. Why?
And I think that's just to establish their timeline that they wanted. I think that's the only reason they want to use Dylan at all, is just to say that this is their timeline and they can prove it by Dylan's phone. But when it comes to like having her as an eyewitness, I think if you ask the prosecution, they want her out. They just want her that timeline, to use her to kind of match up their timeline with their phone records. That makes sense?
Yeah, no, it does. It makes absolute sense. I agree with you.
So it's messed up.
Absolute. Hold on a minute. Utter nonsense. Go with that physical description. Right. Was there more, Eddie, that you were adding to that?
Yeah, I just want to make a point on what you're saying, Eddie.
Agreed.
No, just I guess to cap it off, is my suspicion is not to the two surviving roommates. It automatically turns to the investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And like I said, I expect a situation like this, and I'm going to put it this way because this is how I see the possibility of it. I expect a crime like this never in a small town, never before having been dealt with, for there to be mistakes. You made a mistake. You made multiple mistakes.
But why make things harder for yourself, Dago?
Oh no, I agree. That's what I was getting ready to say.
That's what I can't get past.
Right. Say them that you made mistakes. This is a problem. This happened. It shouldn't have. This is what the deal is. Blah blah blah. Don't lie about it. Don't change it. This is a very high profile case. As much as I hate saying that, it's a fact. Okay, it is. Okay, and it needs to be direct. Everything that comes out of this needs to be direct. It's very important.
Mm-hmm.
So if this was because there were botches and mistakes made, okay, then that needs to be held accountable for.
But in my eyes, they were trying to hide this. They were trying to, I mean, from the very beginning, they were trying to hide everything because they ran to a grand jury as soon as the defense wanted to speak to Bethany. So what does Bethany know? Bethany knows something.
Well, there was that quote unquote exculpatory evidence that she had in the very beginning that they, for whatever reason, stopped talking about now.
Yeah, and then they ran to the grand jury, and now we know that basically everything that was presented to the grand jury was made up. Everything, except maybe the transfer DNA, but everything else they basically fabricated to the grand jury the draft of the cast report, the route that that Payne drew, that he said, you know, he really doesn't have anything to back that up. I mean, everything was just a fluke.
And then that's a lot of that's come from the prosecution at this point. That's very true. So
it's not me making. Yeah, I'm not saying this. I'm not making it up just because I have like, I don't care, dude. You know what I mean? I'm just going by what they're putting out.
I agree. So, and that's a good thing. A good question. Why? So if you're going to go back through that, what's the deal then? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm. Why are you so afraid
to
investigate your golden eggs, which is your blood DNA? Why are you so afraid to get a profile and look into that person, see who they know, and track that person down, and that be your suspect? Because again, 90% of people, they don't even know that there was blood found in a sheath, because you can't, you know, MSM's not reporting that. And unless you dig into the documents and look at the transcript and look at, forget what other document it is, but I'm sure Eddie knows, you wouldn't even know that blood was found in a sheath, blood was swabbed, and they actually did testing on them.
Right.
Then took those profiles and tried to connect and tried to, I forget the wording, but tried to basically like match one to Brian. And if you think about it, you wouldn't do that unless that was a male profile, correct?
That's
so I don't want to hear that there's two female victim DNA profiles on a sheath, because they would never try to match that or one of them to Brian, because it's completely different chromosomes.
That makes sense. Yes, sir.
So it pisses me off that nobody's going live about that, and they're just milking these. I'm not saying. I'm talking about MSM. They're milking these texts, milking these calls, instead of going live about like what comes out in the documents. It's crazy.
Right. No, I understand. I do. That's why I have questions. I have all these questions.
Like, when did you find out there was blood on the sheath? Probably very recently, right?
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks ago, maybe, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you actually saw that in the transcript.
Yes.
Okay. And then okay. Yeah, all right, cool. You know.
Like I said, I waited to get some build up with some extra documentation stuff to do these shows, so we have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yes, and it was questioned. That's what Sarge brought that to me and said, "Yo, hey, remember this, and this," and I went, "Uh-huh." And he goes, "See, I told you this then, and well, how long ago?" He goes, "But that wasn't wrong. It was right." And I said, "I see it." So you know,
I mean, could you imagine if there was a mixed blood sample on the sheath that was a victim's and Brian's? I mean, people would be losing their shit. Every channel would be going live about it, but because it's the opposite,
of course,
we're not going to touch it.
Well, they've said repeatedly that that they want this thrown out because they're afraid, which is going to happen. We know this. That everybody's going to just assume that it's Brian's, whether they can say it is or not, because it's the word's missing me right now, but it's inconclusive. I think that's the right word. Right. So that's true.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's true. We've all seen that happen in other circumstances. So of course it's going to happen with this. And that is exactly why the defense is doing it. It's not for any other reasons, because no other reason makes any sense, to be honest with you. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a problem, guys. That's a problem too. So let me ask this then, with that, since we went to that, why is it inconclusive? If this is the guy, if he did this, they're 100% sure. Why is that inconclusive? To me, that would be the ultimate right there. That's proof he did it. We're done. Let's move on with this. Send him to the chamber, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's not. How is that possible? I don't understand. I don't understand any of that. Heather just said, except the state used that Q13.1 at the grand jury as exculpatory, and it was further tested and Brian was excluded. That's the problem that I have.
That's what I'm saying. Everything they presented to them was fake.
Right. Brian has been excluded from most everything that they've had as proof that he did this. And guys, listen, I want this known. I am for the victims 100%. We all are, I hope, to get them justice. But damn, I'm not going to sit here. If
true justice.
True justice. That's what I've been saying. If he's not the one that did this, then I'll be damned if I'm going to support that. If you
Right.
can't prove to me that Brian Koberger did this, then that's just wrong. I'm sorry. It's the defense's job to prove that he didn't do this, and it's the prosecution's job to prove that he did. I mean, they don't have to, but you know what I'm trying to say. And if they can't do that, then there's a big problem with this case, a huge problem. That's what this has all been about. And I just, every time somebody points to me and says, or points out something and says, there's a reason why he could have done it, Dago. There's another reason why. There's something that kicks that back around again and says, nope, that's not it. I don't understand that. Okay. And at some point, somebody needs to take accountability for taking these kids' lives and ruining their parents and their lives. That's bad. Okay.
And then they went ahead and destroyed their whole crime scene. So it's like, even if they had to start over, you have the profiles obviously, but like your crime scene's gone.
Yes. That's all gone now. Yeah, right. And
Crazy.
SRB's right. It's very concerning that he was eliminated, not just inconclusive at that point. Eliminated. Okay. The main and only suspect in custody was eliminated.
That's crazy, man.
It's more than crazy. Therefore, in turn, being that I'm still on the fence and I will be to the trial, that's fact, no matter what, I'm really leaning in a different direction, guys, and in one solid direction, because I don't see anything. I don't understand how at this point, with everything.
Me and you were told 2 years ago, just wait, it's all going to come out, right?
Of course we were.
Okay.
And if there is, listen, I'll be, just like I've always said, I'll be standing in line with the pitchfork and a torch.
Me too.
I know you will too. We've said this. If they show us absolute proof that he did this, which is what I really want to see after 2 years of this, then let's do this. Let's do this right now. I'll be there. I'll help you do it. Let's go.
Yeah. People think that just because I semi knew the dude that I don't want him to pay if he took 4 innocent lives.
Right.
You're out of your mind.
No, that's just not how we are. But guys, it's been 2+ years on this. Why have they not? Everybody says yes, the trial, and I agree. The trial.
Yeah.
I've never seen a case ever. Have I seen a case where they hold everything they have, and everything that they have has been eliminated per se, and then all of a sudden, when the trial comes, boom, there's the big blowout right then there. I've never seen that like that.
Ah, man, this one's special, don't you know?
Hey, Mark and Betty, cheers. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
That's what I mean. I'm not going to be that person to lie to myself just, until the trial comes and then be disappointed. I'm going to go with what 99% of the time happens, which is we kind of know what's going on before a trial happens. Like I said yesterday, we had Sarah Boone's freaking video of her putting her boyfriend in a suitcase before she went to trial. Here,
right.
What? We're not going to know anything at all until they get up? No, sorry.
Right. Critical. And that's why I corrected what I said. You're right. The defense doesn't have to prove shit. They just have to poke enough holes in the pro's case for reasonable doubt. And that's true. But here's the problem. You are right about that. I tried to reiterate what I was saying when I said that a little bit ago. They don't have to. They absolutely don't have to. But at the same time, they kind of have to show in some source or some way that this man is innocent of doing this, committing this crime. In turn, the prosecution needs to show something to prove that he did do it. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They haven't done that yet. Anything, and this is a fact, you guys, I'm not just saying this. You guys have seen this now. Everything that they have shown that points to Brian Koberger doing this has been eliminated. It's been tossed. It's been bullshit. Again and again and again and again. At this point, like we just said, he's been eliminated from this. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Okay. That's the biggest problem right now. So where do you go from there at that point? That's what I don't understand with this.
Dago, at this point, do you think that they're genuine mistakes? Or because that kind of suggests that it's unintentional.
Well, I knew you were going to ask me that at some point. Here's my problem with that, Eddie. I said this before. We have Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, the FBI. I think that the sheriff's department's involved at some point too. But anyway, that's a lot of law enforcement agencies. It is very hard for me to process and or fathom that those many agencies as a whole are involved in some kind of a framing cover-up job. That just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, I'll leave that for a minute. I'm not saying that there isn't somebody that could do this, one, maybe two people, but not all of those groups of people not seeing something. How would they all not see this and say, wait a minute, that ain't right? But maybe they're not looking at it that way. I don't know, but I don't believe that.
Well, there has to be a reason that they're not looking into the blood DNA profiles. It might not be a cover-up thing or whatever, but something's going on where
yes,
whoever's in charge of the investigation is, again, Payne said himself, we did not. He said it's in the transcript. We did not pursue the other profiles because we already had Brian's name.
Right.
What kind of excuse is that?
And that's what I mean. Like, why in any other case? Any other case we've seen, they look at multiple situations. You're just going to shut everything off because this is it. That's him. We're done. Move on.
Right.
I just don't trust that, guys. It doesn't make sense. Even if, I have to believe that they did think or look into other people, but they didn't though, really, from what we've seen. It was him, all the way him. They never talked about anybody else. And if they did look into anybody else, why didn't they say anything? I know they don't have to. It's not our business. I understand, and I get that. But still, it's just they've never even seemed like they even thought about looking at anybody else. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. This is what I don't understand.
No, again, according to Payne, the minute they got Brian's name, that's it. They had their guy.
They seem to be and they went, and I know there was pressure on law enforcement, we've talked about this too, to hurry up and get somebody in custody. That had to happen because we know it's a college town. Nobody wanted to bring their kids back. They wanted an answer. The families deserve that, and they do. And the victims deserve there to be somebody in custody and to have an answer to this. But is it possible that they just grabbed the first person and said, okay, this matches and let's make this happen and here we go?
They made him stick, didn't they? Driving across the country and dumpster diving in his garbage.
There's a lot of people that think that that's what this is that they had to get an answer to this yesterday, and
of course they did.
We need to make this stick, period.
They had to get the kids back to class. Same reason they knocked down the house, because it was an eyesore. They don't care about they don't care about these kids getting justice. They care about money. Right.
That college supports that whole town. We all know that. Okay. It's a college town. Most places. Well,
university made it clear when they told the parents of the victims, we don't care what you think. We're knocking it down.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And like I said, guys, before, I'm willing and want to hear if you have the proof and everything, anything, the way to show me what he did and why he did it, how he did it, mostly how that he did do it. I want to see it. I really want to see it.
Like, I see people that are, saying, I don't care when anybody says I still think he's guilty. Great. Why? I just want to know why. Like, what evidence do people know of or see or whatever that is telling them, all right, I can convict this guy beyond a reasonable doubt. I just want to know what evidence they're seeing so I can go find it.
That's it. Yeah. And truly.
And again, everybody's going to say transfer DNA. Great. Other than transfer DNA, because you can't just get up there and that be your whole opening argument. Other than transfer DNA, what specifically do they have factually on Brian to show that he committed this crime? And not just, they might have this or possibly have that. What do they actually have?
Thus far, nothing that I've seen. Anything that they have told us they have has been debunked.
Oh, that's my problem.
That's a problem. Yeah.
I think he's guilty too. Show me the damn evidence.
That's what I said, guys. He sat in jail for years. I want this to be the answer for the family's sake. They've been through hell. They deserve to have the answer to this. I want it to be him, but just show the evidence. That's all we're asking. A lot of us feel the same way. They're not doing it. And everybody says it'll happen at trial. Okay. Why would you wait that long, though?
That they wouldn't. That's trial by ambush, but people, I guess, know everything.
I just don't understand that. Like, I don't understand. Why would you wait if you know that this man did this for a fact and you have some big boom, okay, show it. And that way everybody can shut the hell up. This is the man.
But
We're done.
people are going to tell you they don't have to. They don't have to. Well, then why do they do it in every other case?
I know they don't have to. I know that.
As soon as they find a body, as soon as they find a weapon in somebody's house, they go, it's all over the news, press conference. We found this, we found that. Nothing here.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing is like I have waited and waited and I've leaned purposely to him being guilty, hoping. And I'm like, okay, they showed this. That means something. All right, let's do it. And then it gets thrown out every time. And it's like, oh my God.
I always say, man, instead of investigating and arresting, they arrested and investigating. And investigated because they thought they were going to find their treasure trove in his car and his house and apartment, and it came up empty. Now
and
they
got. I think you're right there. I think you hit the nail on the head. Is they thought they had this. They thought this was going to be that. They thought that was going to happen, and it didn't. So therefore, in turn, it feels like they have to make it happen now. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's how this looks to me. Truly,
can't really turn back now. You have nothing to fall back on. Sorry.
Dago Willie, let me ask in chat, in order for someone to believe that he's possibly guilty, let me ask you, does that mean that you would also have to believe that the sheath with his DNA on it is a genuine component to the crime scene? That it's
say that one more time, bud. Say that one more time, Eddie. It kind of cut out a little.
So if someone were to believe that he's guilty or he's possibly guilty, does that mean that you would have to believe, I'm just trying to understand the mindset, you would have to believe that the sheath with his DNA on it is a genuine component to the crime scene, that it was really there, not planted.
I mean, yeah, that's how I think it would definitely. Yes, I agree. Cassie said,
yeah, right. Because if you learned that that's not his sheath and that wasn't his DNA on it, that would change your way of thinking.
Oh,
right?
It should. Yeah, absolutely. That would change a lot of things, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, I just wanted to ensure that I understood it correctly. So that being proven.
Do you think it was planted, Eddie?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is not his DNA on that sheath.
Oh, okay.
And I do not and have never thought that this investigation was rushed to preserve the financial security of the college town. Although the end byproduct of it surely has that secondary effect. And they'd be very pleased if you go on believing that. But this is more sinister and has to do with corruption and the need for it to be covered up at all costs for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, they'd have you believe that the FBI played fast and loose with the IGG by looking into databases that they shouldn't have looked into without a warrant, when in reality, the real crime that your attention is being diverted away from is that it's not his DNA on the sheath.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm with you. Explain what your thought is on that, and as to how or why.
Well, Ann already has, Willie mentioned moments ago that Corporal Brett Payne on the stand said that they didn't look into the other unknown, male blood, B and D.
Right.
Because they had Koberger's name, but she did get him to say that it was they were looking into him before the IGG tip.
Right.
So he kind of fell into her trap. So now we've learned that is not true. That they had and were aware of him before that.
Mm-hmm.
Before that,
Right.
December 20th date.
Yeah. Well, and it's
December 19th, whichever.
It had his name on the 22nd, right? November.
Eddie has all the notes to this, so he probably has that written somewhere. I think it was 22nd. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, why lie there? Why and then contradict and then like literally screw yourself the next question?
Yeah.
Right.
Somebody in chat can, throw it in there, whether it was, December, whatever, 20th ish, thereabouts.
Yeah. It's in that realm. I get
It's December
that.
19th.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yep. I'm pretty
I
sure.
thought it was the 20th or the 22nd. I thought, but okay, got you. Now I have to say I agree with SRB on this, and this is just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything. She says I do believe that was his DNA on the sheath. However, then ruling him out of the other spots on the sheath is concerning, and it is to me as well.
Well, that's why I asked Eddie if he thinks the sheath is planted, because again, I still don't think Brian did this, right? But I don't think the sheath is planted, because personally, if I'm going to plant a sheath to try to frame somebody, I'm not going to have two other people's DNA on it that I now have to. It's going to create a roadblock for me later on during the trial.
That's just doesn't make sense. If it was planted, there would be nothing but his DNA on there, in my opinion. I agree.
Yeah,
that's just me. Now, I'm not disregarding what you think, Eddie, by any means.
Everybody has their own opinion. I'm just saying. You know, that's why I haven't been able to get there.
Welcome, Puffs a lot, Rondi. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for joining. That's exactly how I feel about it. But what she just said is it 100% exactly how I feel. How is his DNA under that snap?
Mm-hmm.
But he's ruled out of any other DNA on that. That makes zero sense to me. It just I don't get. You know what I mean? It's very concerning. I truly. So that's where my problem lies with this.
Not even that. He's ruled out of all DNA in the whole scene, under the fingernails, the blood on the railing, the cigarette. I mean, you name it. All they got is if they had any type of even touch DNA, I'll take, for Christ's sakes. If they had any type of his DNA on a non-movable object in that house, a wall, a hand railing, even a victim, okay, I can get there. But this is a movable object that could have been brought in from outside. That he could have shook hands with somebody. He could have, touched something. I mean, if everybody lives in the same general 15-minute area. Everybody's going to this. I think they all went to the same. What's Winco? Winco's
like a grocery store.
Grocery store. So
yeah.
Say this knife was one of the victims that was used against them. Makes sense?
Been talked about before. Yes. Yeah.
So say one went to a Winco. Brian just came from a Winco. They picked up something. I mean, it's so easy when you actually do research into transfer DNA, how easy it is and how much we have on us at any given time, unless we take a shot at it.
That situation actually happened before with a paramedic and
really?
Yes, that same type of situation. Not exact, what you just said, but the same type of a situation where I can't believe. I'd have to find the story, but I couldn't believe it. It blew my mind. It was the same type of a scenario that person just happened to be in the same type of place. They touched something that somebody else touched and ended up going back to that person. And it's crazy to me.
Yeah. I mean, even if I was one of the people that thought Brian was, 100% guilty, I'd still have a lot of problems that there is other blood profiles that they found at the scene that they just didn't identify. I mean, to me, that's an issue. If I'm a parent, if I'm somebody who thinks I'm guilty, regardless, that's a problem. Because what if they helped? Say Brian did do this, right? Hypothetically, what if one of those blood DNA samples helped Brian? Then it would make sense how not one person would be able to do all this in 6-7 minutes. Now you have 2 or 3 people. Why aren't you trying to get as much justice as possible for these kids that were slain?
That's a good point. That is a good point. That's what I said that a year or so ago. Truly, like, why not look into more options and see, could this be there? I think Steve even said, he's willing to accept the fact that there was other people involved in this. But
people keep telling me, maybe Brian knew about it. Maybe Brian was a driver. That's not what they're convicting him on. Trying to convict him on. They're saying that he went in by himself and took everybody out. So we can't just go like, oh, maybe Brian knew about it. Maybe Brian knew this. That's not what they're trying to get him on. You know what I mean?
Right. Angel asked me to ask the panel, and that includes all of you guys, if they think that there legitimately was IgG done. And where's the evidence?
Eddie?
Let me think about that. Make sure that what I say is accurate. I might have to review notes first.
And again, everybody has the right to their feelings, opinions, thoughts, and all that, as long as there's no victim shaming
Well,
or
it
It's
is
a good
in the paperwork with databases and stuff they used, I believe. Like the Israeli database. I mean, they used a whole bunch of stuff. So
right. Terry said it sailed, which is true.
Well, it came back to 4 brothers, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, is that right?
that
yeah.
whole 4 brothers thing, I don't. Basically, we were kind of told to ignore that, like forget about that. Okay, that it's something completely different. That was just a comparison, is what that meant, basically. So I can't comment on that.
Are
Other than
you sure about that?
somebody else was in here when we were talking about that before, and I can't remember who it was that.
Okay. Q1.1 Othram. They received the DNA on the 22nd of November. So that's where your 22nd of November comes from into your mind, Dago?
Right.
Around between like in the early part of December. So I don't know, I'm just spitballing around the 1st through 5th of December. Othram talked to Matthew Gamet, ISP, Forensic Service Laboratory Systems Director, and made a recommendation to him that there were 4 individual brothers of interest in this investigation. Matthew Gamet, for the life of him, can't seem to recall the last name of the 4 brothers when testifying under oath.
Right.
So this is on page 99 through 103 that
I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
On the 10th of December was told to stop work. And on the 10th of December, Matthew Gamet ordered to turn over all the investigative records to FBI. So, yeah, it led to 4 brothers, apparently.
And the 4 brothers, like Firefly, by the way, good to see you, Firefly, were distant relatives on BK's tree. And I believe that's why they said to forget that part. That's just what they used to help to build the tree. That has no relation to, which doesn't make sense. But I'm just saying that's how it was explained.
Here's my thing, right? You're telling me if you swabbed every square inch of every victim, right? And they were all just out at parties and grub trucks and around all these people, correct? And in rideshare drivers' cars, you're telling me they wouldn't come up with at least 20, 30 more profiles of touch DNA?
Wait, say that again.
Do you think if they swabbed every square inch of the crime scene, every square inch of a victim, and built a tree for every single piece of touch DNA they got off of the victims and the floor and the bed and everywhere, that they wouldn't be able to build 30, 40 other profiles?
Oh, I would imagine, of course, with the fact that there was more than 100 people there the night before. And
so that's the problem I have is you go through all this work. I mean, people saying, they did a lazy investigation, but not in this part, because in this part, they went above and beyond to figure out who this invisible DNA was that they had to jump through all these hoops and use illegal means to get a name for. But yet over here, these little guys over here are just sitting there waiting to be tested, and you can have a name in a quarter of amount of time than you would have building that damn tree. Yeah. What's the motive there, man?
Yeah, I get it. That's what
there has to be a motive.
Right. 100%. It did. I'm with you on that part. I don't understand that either.
Is it somebody that popped up and they were like, no, we can't, I don't know, like a high-ranking official or a law enforcement's child, law enforcement's relative. I don't know, but there has to be some kind of motive to just say, we're gonna work on this and only this.
Right. And then while Tomboy just said to Eddie here, I don't know if he saw it, bud, but I believe that's when Othram was told to stop, is when they ran into his name.
There you go.
That's what she says. I mean, that's a valid opinion. It does make some sense. Is there, but what's the reason for that? Is it just because, okay, that's it, there it is, we don't need nothing else, let's go?
Especially when you don't have nothing else to back up it was Brian. Like if you already had his plates, you had all this other stuff, and you got Brian's name, and you were like, bam, we have all this to connect him to. But they had nothing, obviously, because they banked on his house, his apartment, his car. I mean, Nancy Grace told us it was going to be a petri dish of
We all
evidence.
thought that nothing, and that's the other problem is way back when Ann came out and said, "Listen, guys, there's nothing in his car. There's nothing in his apartment. There's nothing at his parents' house. There's nothing at his job. There's nothing." And then, of course, he wore a suit.
Yeah, and then we have to start looking into like, oh, did he buy Dickies one day on Amazon? Now we know that his whole family shared the same Amazon account. So good luck telling me, oh, he bought this, he bought that. We don't know who bought anything. So
Right, and that's true. Payne, she's right. When Payne was talking about that on the standings, that he basically alluded to that we have a name, we're done. So
yeah,
there it is.
I mean, maybe after this video, because a lot of the stuff where everybody's really talking about is in that transcript.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to review this too. But there's a lot of questions that come before and then after. So yes, agreed.
Yeah.
But I'll go ahead and play this some more, and we'll get through this, and then we can go with some of the more of this stuff too, guys. Thank you guys for this. It's a really good conversation as always. I appreciate everybody from what I can see in the chat being very respectful. You guys are amazing. I appreciate this very much so.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. So an acknowledgement that, yeah, they saw a man last night. A lot of people reacting to this, trying to understand what is going on in the minds and the way that Dylan and Bethany are reacting to this very unusual circumstance. I mean, you're in Moscow, Idaho. I mean, a lot of parents send their kids there because it was so safe. Let me bring in my guests who are going to help us here. Joining me, psychotherapist, CEO of Life Counseling Solutions, Dr. Janie Lacey, and human behavior expert and author, Susan Constantine. Great to have you both here. Dr. Janie Lacey, so in those text messages, what are you taking away from them? The back and forth between Dylan and Bethany in the wee hours of the morning.
What I'm taking away is it's early in the morning, they haven't gotten any sleep. And, sometimes when we look at Vinny, when people are going through something that they may not normally be able to process, something that's out of their normal, sometimes their responses don't follow what we would consider, especially in hindsight, like logical behavior. So in these situations that we're looking into that we would consider them acute trauma, right? There's this threat response system that may be activated. But I would also consider looking at the text messages that whatever was happening in the house before that night, perhaps where they used to having sometimes strange people coming in the house that were guests of the other roommates, right? So I would be interested to understand what was the normal moving of traffic that was happening before that night, to really be able to understand what would be considered normal before actually looking at their response. But we also know sometimes these things happen. People have these freeze responses, alongside what we would look at as fight or flight reactions, which sometimes is not what we would consider logical behavior, looking in hindsight to how someone reacts to things that are out of the norm for them in their situation.
And this is very out of the norm. I mean, extremely out of the norm. Now, Susan Constantine, what strikes me about all this is the back and forth, talking about a guy in the ski mask, and there's obvious concern. She wouldn't be texting Bethany if she didn't have some level of concern. But then also in reaching out to Maddie and Kaylee and Xana and even Ethan at one point, they all live in the same house, but she's not leaving her space. She's communicating this way instead of going to the room and knocking on the door. I mean,
that was another big point that I had too. Why didn't that happen? Unless there's a good answer, I guess, because if you're scared to death, freaking out, fearful for your life, that's the great answer to that. But at the same time, that's when you call 911.
Why is Dylan? I mean, if you look at obviously there's text missing. Why is Dylan explaining to Bethany supposedly who she's seeing outside of her door, and Bethany's telling her to open the door and run?
That's a good question. It is.
Mm-hmm.
My only observation to what was just said on Vinny's
Right.
panel is. So it's another example of the inconsistency that we're seeing on how DM's statement is not useful. She's not going to be useful as a witness at
Amen.
trial, but law enforcement is acting like it's a trustworthy accounting of that evening. And like Willie said earlier, is Dylan is just being used for a timeline, not as a witness.
That makes sense. It does. Okay, Tandy, be safe, and we'll see you soon, hopefully. Oh, and Tomboy had to leave for that reason. So, who'd you say? What?
I was saying bye to Seahawk.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, no, I mean it makes sense. And again, anybody listen, guys, I want this to be known. Nobody's going to be attacked or yelled at. Other people that feel differently about this, I want to hear your side of it too. So please don't not come up here because
That's
of
what I
that.
mean. I never say what I say in a condescending way. I just truly want to know the people who think Brian's guilty, why? You know?
Yeah, 100%.
So
I'm open to hear it all. I have an open mind for this.
And you know me, I'm just consistent with the facts. I ensure that whatever I say is, there's a receipt that can be attached to that, right?
Exactly.
I respect that. Absolutely.
I don't want to ever be the one to spread misinformation or disinformation because there's already enough of that in this case.
There is a lot. That's fact. That is.
I just follow the facts. And I'm not selective about what I view as facts. I use. I even have a list that I've made as, what we use as facts in this case.
I know your notes on this one, Eddie. So, I know. Okay, you believe me. I can only imagine what you spent in notebooks. I'll just put it that way. And Heather has a good point too. Literally, they never had to release the 911 call text in this way. They could have. They could produce the CDRs and the full transcripts. It's simple, but that's true. Why were they broke down like this?
Well, people are going to tell you they don't always do anything. They don't have to put on anything.
And I know that, but why did they do that? It's a curiosity that I have too. Like, why didn't you just put it out the way it was and be done with it? And it's showing, and that tells me.
Wonder why.
The prosecution is the one that released this, obviously. So
yeah, why are you leaving out? Because it seems in those texts that Bethany and Dylan were in mid conversation. It didn't just start out like that.
Yeah, no, they took a lot and redacted it from there. That's true too. And I mean that would explain some of this stuff a little bit better.
So again,
they don't want that scene. Okay.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, I have a huge issue if at that moment, say, let's see, those texts started at 4:22 to 4:24, if not mistaken. So say at 4:23 and some change is when Dylan sends the text to Bethany that she literally just saw somebody in what'd she say, ski mask and something covering his head or whatever. And let's see, at 4:18, that'd be 5. And 5 minutes ago, Brian left. So in a 5-minute time frame, Brian's gone. You all of a sudden start texting that you're terrified, this, and you're seeing somebody, but that person who we're supposedly supposed to believe who it was isn't even there at that point.
Right.
According to their timeline.
That's true. That is true.
That's crazy.
I agree with you. This is why we have questions. 100%, my friend. Right, Heather. And that's what Heather just said too, for the same reason that just what you asked, that Vinny's not showing that Xana was the one that was all in black because it doesn't follow that specific narrative.
It's funny how that's the only text they have taken out.
It's interesting for sure.
Oh yeah, really. And it's not just them, it's law and crime too. So they're all in cahoots. Nancy Gracious came out with something like 3-4 hours ago saying that the DNA under the fingernails could possibly be Brian's. I'm like, does nobody read? All you got to do is read down 2 and 3 more lines and you'll see that he was excluded. But no, they read one thing and they just run with it, dude.
Yeah, right.
She reads. She's smart. Don't let her mislead you. Don't fall into wondering if she's misinformed or doesn't follow.
She was an attorney. She knows what she's doing, right?
She's laying it on thick, and there's a reason for that.
Bill says sheer distraction. That's why, which makes sense. It does. I can understand.
They're deliberately doing it.
I can understand completely. And Miss Sherry did say, where'd it go? Consider her being shook up and her not knowing that he left. And that is a huge point too. I agree with you. I do. It's very good.
I think it was 250, right? Didn't Dylan call the rideshare driver? Was it 215 or 250?
I think it was 250.
Yeah, I thought it was more.
I thought it was for sure, but yeah, I think you're right.
I thought it was closer to 3 because then somebody told me she fell asleep after she called that guy until 4 something. I said, no way, she fell asleep for an hour.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially if you've been partying or whatnot. I mean, she could have dozed off and woke back up if she got a text or a call, but not like sleep. I don't see that. No.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where I'm at. I'm right. And this is what the point to this in some senses is, guys, I'm with SRB 100% on this. I just want to know that they have the right guy. Personally, I think they do. And I'm there too, but I'm not above questioning the things to end for true justice. Amen. That's 100% how I feel. Thank you for making that.
And to be honest, that's how everybody should feel. I don't get,
Yes, agreed.
Especially if you're ever going to plan to show up for jury duty in your life. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, hold on. End of the line said it was 210 that she texted EG, which is
really
Eric Gower. Yeah.
So it wasn't 250.
I guess not. I thought it was 250. There's probably something else at 250 then that stands out. Sorry.
Yeah, some have been 250. I'm pretty sure it was 250. Hold on a second. I'm going to go look at the paperwork.
Go ahead and look, and I'll go ahead and let this
because a lot of stuff happened around 250 to 3. You have people blowing up Jack's phone, and
yes.
So
226 to 2. That was 226 to 247. I think that they were calling him. Or 250. See it. Yeah, there's something else in there. Phil says they did not release the beginning. They did not mention other 911 calls that were made. How and when did the dispatcher learn of the victim's age? Why is there no mention the other 3 was the unconscious person outdoors? That's all very pertinent in my opinion. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Thank you for joining us. Happy Monday to you. Lisa Vallejo. Wow, it's been a while. Good to see you.
Never mind. I can't close this window. I'll just wait till you bring them up.
Okay, no problem, bud. Yes, Lisa, that is true.
I thought it was to be absolutely frank.
You say something else, bud?
No, I'm just talking to myself.
Oh, okay.
To death here.
Yes, and then keep in mind, what do kids do, and teenagers or even young adults? They text. They don't really knock on the door. So what I read all the way through every one of those texts, and I assigned different.
They don't really knock on a door. So people that are on the same floor as you, she's saying that they never go to each other's room and say, "Hey, are you in there?" Or really?
That's her opinion, I guess. Yeah.
So they all hated each other. Okay, got it.
Well, they're filling in the narrative. They're filling in all the blank, empty spaces to help it, to try to convince people and to have it make sense, to force it to make sense. Just like they did with the timeline thing about the 3, for 2 years we had to deal with, it's his car and he's driving around, and they tried to fill in all the blanks. Well, now it turns out it wasn't even his car. So they're doing the same thing as just with new material.
Yeah. It almost seems like every time something is, and I will say this, guys, come on. Every time that something has been debunked, they come up with, there's another thing that comes out and it explains how or why it was debunked, and it goes over to another. I mean, it happens all the time now, and it's like, okay.
Shower curtains, kill kits. He's spying. He's up in the upper parking lot looking down.
And then when they're like, and then when it turns out to be bullcrap, they just leave it up.
It has definitely happened quite a bit with this. I'll say that much. So I can't.
Like, remember News Nation who interviewed that crackhead lady that came out and said Brian was in the jail screaming at the guards and stuff? Turned out to be false. They left that up.
Yeah.
They don't care.
They're all narrative control agents.
Yes, sir. And if you notice, they never bring, at least Court TV doesn't. They never bring up somebody that's gonna kind of like be the devil's advocate. It's always like, okay, let's agree with each other. It's annoying, man.
Right. Welcome into the line. Good to see you, Leslie and Billy, Mark and Betty. Be real. Everybody that's jumped in that I haven't spoke to yet, welcome, and it's wonderful to have you here tonight.
Like, where's Mark
Yeah.
Gregos, whatever his name is? If he was up here, he'd have a field day.
Yeah.
Different emotion and cognitions that was going on. And it really started to rank up when, of course, they saw the guy with the mask. When they saw the mask, there all of a sudden the threat started to become realized. Fear started to evolve. And then from
There you
there,
go.
then
So it wasn't Brian. So it wasn't Brian. So it wasn't Brian. She's taken it the same way. If she's obviously thinks he's guilty, she's taking it the same way. She probably doesn't know the timeline. She just said it escalated the sense of urgency, and that would have been 4:23. Brian's on camera supposedly that they have a screenshot of at 4:20. He has to be out that door at 4:18. That's 5 minutes and change. And now she's saying that Dylan's now seeing him. How is he two places at once? How do you explain that to a jury?
Sorry, I was muted. But yeah, I mean, agreed. And hey, D. Smith and Bombshell, good to see you both.
Do they have to change their timeline now?
Well, that's what my issue is with this timeline. After reading those text messages and going through the 911 call the other night, I've been sitting here for days thinking about the timeline thing. Like, how does this match? The timeline needs changed, and it was changed once already in the beginning, like by an hour, I believe. I can't remember exactly.
And again, this lady just said it, so that there was a heightened sense of urgency after the person was seen, and that would have been when they were texting. So right. How the hell is that Brian?
I mean, it does that. What you're saying makes sense, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm not going crazy here.
No, I get what you're saying wholeheartedly.
Fear between BF and DM when it says, hey, I'm no kidding, I'm really freaked out. This is like emphasis. So am I. Now there's shared fear. My phone is going to die, and he says a bad word, and that's frustration. Come to my room. At this point in time, now flight happens, just like what Doctor was talking about. There is that fight, flight, or freeze kind of response. They see this happening, right? They're sensing this threat. This amygdala is really ramping up. And what do? We go into response. So now threat is being realized. They're taking cover because it's all right here. You literally can break down every single one of these and assign an emotion cognition with it, which I did.
Thank you so much, Bill. Gifted 5 memberships to the cafe. I can't see who got them right this moment. That is so very generous, Bill, and so very much appreciated. Congratulations to those that received those. Welcome to the sauce. I appreciate that so very much. We appreciate the new meatballs jumping in. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, Snooper. Good to see you. And my question with the timeline is with this is reading those text messages, the times on them don't match. They don't match up to what we were told in the PCA as far as the time goes. That's where I have questions about the timeline now. That's what I'm saying. Let me see here. Again, thank you so much for that, Phil. God bless. Appreciate you. Moving on here. Who is Jay? Bro.
Is Jay Jack?
Jack or Jake? There was a couple Jacks. There was a couple Jakes. Or there was a couple Jacks and one. I think Maddie's boyfriend's name was Jake, if I remember right. I don't remember any other names starting with J like that, though.
So she's hitting up Jay. So we have Jay, Emily, Hunter, her dad,
Eric Gower.
That's right. Well, I'm talking about after this happened.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I thought you were just.
And again, and we don't even know who the hell Bethany hit up.
That's true, too.
Had those on.
Hopefully that will come out in the trial, too.
What's wild to me is if her dad did answer and she told her dad, like, what is going on, I don't know why the hell she didn't call 911 at 10 something.
Well, what did she tell her dad? That's the one thing that's not in there that we don't know.
Yeah, I think it was a text too, so that should be on.
The only person she called was Emily, I do believe. That's the only person she actually made a phone call to. Everybody else was text.
Yeah, which again tells me again that she's not looking to have a door busted down, because why are you calling Emily and not Hunter directly if you need a big strong man to come and knock the door? So that just proves it even more. There you go. Look at that.
but again, though, remember, we don't know that there wasn't a conversation going on between her and Emily before, and a lot of this, we only got that one little bit there. We didn't get the whole.
I thought you said she called her though.
Or I mean, yeah, the call thing. I'm sorry. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry. I was reading something else.
Dago, can I remind everybody of something?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to remind everybody that at trial, the prosecution does not want to use this as like facts. They want to use this as like present sense impression and excited utterance. So we're trying to like hyperanalyze this to try to understand, you know, what could they have been thinking and what did they really see, and again, that's why I don't go too far into like spending a lot of energy into.
Yeah, that's what they put in there too. If you remember when I was reading those, they put in there the excitable utterance and things like that. So yeah, I know what you're saying, bud.
I'm just interested in all this because we haven't got nothing for 3 years, dude. So this is like, you know, Candyland to me.
You know what's also interesting in this case, and I've seen it a number of times, where even though information has come our way, it is it's still confusing. For example, like if you look at the motion in limine number 6 for the defense, the bottom of page 2, it says the exact location of the sheath is unclear in both photographs of the room and in the written description of its location. I assume they're referring to in the PCA there.
Right. Welcome, Wayne and Rach. Thank you for joining us.
Then it goes on to say the body cam footage of one of the first officers on scene shows the sheath tucked under the covers next to Mogan.
Yes.
So what are they trying to convey there? That the two photographs of the sheath and the body cam are all three unclear as to the location of the sheath, you know, the exact location of the sheath, because they're two different sentences. So are they saying that the body cam footage answers the question and straightens it out, you know?
Well, if there's cops that are first on the scene, then we should be able to see that the body cam and see that sheath laying there in their body cam footage, right?
I would imagine. I'm sure they're not going to show that. That would be. I wouldn't want to see that anyway. I wouldn't want to see. I know what you mean.
About, like, you know.
Yeah. Well, based on the PCA, it claims that they reviewed the body cam footage. I think it was Officer Nunez or Smith.
I mean, maybe not the full. I'm talking about, like, you know, a screenshot of the body cam to show that, you know, and zoomed in on wherever they're saying the sheath was.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I understand. Well, they probably will show that. I'm going to gather in the trial because they're going to ask to see.
I thought no matter how heinous like pictures are, that it's still shown to a jury.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's all I care about, dude. Yeah, that's all I care about.
They will show everything to the jury.
I want, to be honest with you, all I want in this to happen from here on out is a unbiased jury, and for that jury to see all the information. That's all I want.
Right. And
you know?
Yeah, that's it. That because that should give true justice to the victims and their families. Facts.
Yeah, I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not against the victims. None of that shit, dude. Like, I want there to be justice. I just want there to be justice that should be carried out. Not, you know, let's just shoot this guy so we have a name to put on our board. No.
Agreed. No, I do agree, and I feel the same way. Like I said, I have questions, and I want to make sure that this is absolute. This is somebody that's going to be put to death as well. And if he did it, then he deserves it. 1,000,001% he deserves it. But before you put this person to death, please be sure that it's the right person, because many a times there's many cases that have been out there where they haven't been. And that's a horrible thing. Okay. That's a horrible thing as well. That's all I'm saying. But the victims deserve absolute justice, period. There's no two ways about that. But you have to make sure that you're going to take the life of the correct person that did this, because for two reasons, mainly. One, that's you're killing somebody else if they didn't do this. But two, if you do and it's not him, who did do it? And that person is still out there in some sense. Okay,
That's the scariest part. Is
scariest thing right there. Yes, agreed.
because
Agreed.
again, this wasn't just one person. So people are out there who say Brian was involved, but there's two other people who actually committed these heinous acts. People are out there. They're probably not in the same state, but if something happens and a crime's reported tomorrow of this and that, there's never going to be any kind of connection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I truly don't think that's another thing I'm worried about is if Brian were to get off on this, okay, and there's no absolute proof that he didn't do it. That bothers me too, guys. On the other side of that, because if he did do it and he gets away with it, that's a huge problem too. That's a big deal to me because then again, there's no justice there. Heather said this is.
I mean, if the defense right now was fighting to have evidence thrown out that literally shows he did it, I'd have a problem.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But that's not what's going on.
No. I don't see it that way either. This is a case where the facts are in great dispute. True. Mr. Koberger asserts his innocence. There is no confession. There is no video or audio of the crime. There is no weapon. That's why, yeah, then those are good points, Heather, because
there is no connection. There's no connection. There's no motive.
Right. And there's only trace evidence on a movable object, knife sheath, that we don't even know. That's another big thing that I thought about a long time ago. We haven't talked about that a whole lot, but we don't even know that just because that's a K-bar knife sheath, that a K-bar was the actual
weapon. The K-bar, exactly. Or the only weapon that was used.
Yeah. That's another
What's going to happen? Yeah. What's going to happen then when they come out and say that 3 different weapons were used?
I mean, they've already kind of said, in a sense, depending on how you read it, I think Mabbitt was the one that brought that up, said that the wounds were different. That doesn't mean that it wasn't the same knife, but they were all different. Okay. And that kind of makes you wonder, was the same weapon used in all of these things? So yeah, that was a thing years ago we talked about.
And my question is, say, again, Brian walked out, whatever. Where's the weapon? If Brian doesn't have the sheath to sheath the weapon to put in his pocket, right? Then he has in his hand. If she's able to see what this person's carrying, she said he had a vacuum. He doesn't have a damn big ass bloody K-bar in his hand. Where'd the knife go?
Right.
He had nowhere to put it.
Exactly. It's not found at the scene. That's a good point too. Mine, I didn't even see you in here, Mom. Welcome. Says his DNA was at the crime scene, and there is a huge connection with that. And that's, if his DNA is at that crime scene, that is very true too.
And to be honest, dude, my opinion, because Dylan told them about the vacuum the second time she was interviewed, I think she went home and realized that they might find some evidence of vacuuming and cleanup, and she had to kind of justify that a little bit. Because I'm sorry, man. Why is there no blood around Xana? Why is Xana not in a pool of blood?
Well, yeah. Considering that we were told early on that Xana had multiple defensive wounds on her hands and whatnot, that should produce quite a bit of blood, I would think, on her and around her. Around her where she was found. So,
yeah. I don't know.
Really, that is consistent.
I don't have my Discord turned on, Mom, because it beeps so much, so I didn't even see that. I'm sorry. I will check.
What did you say, Eddie?
What you just said, that's consistent with what I said on Dago's panel previously about what I thought about Dylan and her statement. My exact words is...
I know that's her, B. I'm just brainstorming.
She's coached.
Mm-hmm. By who, though?
The statement is coached.
By who?
Good question. Hard to say.
It's only her and Bethany. Or if they knew who did, yeah. I got what you're saying.
The amount of time before the 911 call.
Yeah, they had a lot of time to figure out something.
Right. And if law enforcement, again, is giving this statement their endorsement or their blessing, so to speak, and it's a coach statement,
And they lawyered up right away. Is that true?
Well, I don't know on that.
No, SRB. The reason I said that is because, I'm sorry, but like if you summon 2 people over to your house who are just learning about this crime, who is seeing, you're seeing your friend, I'm sure Emily and Xana were friends, or Hunter and I mean, they all knew each other. If you're seeing somebody literally laying there in a pool of blood and they're passing the phone around, not one person on that phone call mentions blood. None of them. Stabbing, nothing. So that's why I'm saying, was she in this huge pool of blood and blood all over where she was laying? Because that's not described to the dispatch.
Yeah, it seems so contrived.
Yeah. But again, I can't say it's contrived for the other two because the other two are just coming on the scene. So I don't know, and I just don't see those those other two going along with Dylan and Bethany's little plan. You know what I mean? So if everybody's saying that, I'm sorry, if everybody's not saying anything about blood and her being in a pool of blood and not knowing she's, gone right away after seeing her after 8 hours, she's probably blue and all that, then that just doesn't sit right with me. Did somebody clean up? Did somebody clean up the blood? I mean, they found a latent shoe print, right? So was there some sort of cleanup? Is that why Dylan went back and said, "Oh, I saw somebody with a vacuum"? So then maybe in the cops' minds, oh, maybe this person cleaned up because she saw. It just makes sense. She's controlling the narrative and their timeline at this point.
In a sense, yeah, I see it. Mom said, "What about Abby and Libby? The photos all over the internet. What happens with these four?" I think she means when these four get. Hopefully that never happens. Hopefully that never happens. I pray to God that never happens. Because what happens if these four were to get put all over the internet? You remember when the photos were leaked for the Delphi case? Hopefully that doesn't happen with this. I pray that it doesn't, because that would be horrific.
Yeah.
That's why I said some of that stuff I wouldn't want to see. You know what I mean? I don't want to see that kind of stuff. That's one thing about this that, I would love to see the trial, but I don't want to see that kind of stuff. That's disrespectful to the victims, in my opinion. I just don't. The jury, sure. Nobody else needs to see that, in my opinion.
Yeah, no.
Thank you, Kim, so very much for that. We just want the damn truth. One day we will know. Rest in peace. Amen. That's thank you so much, Kim. God bless.
I'm just saying, if you listen to a lot of 911 calls of people, calling dispatcher after finding somebody in a pool of blood, they're always screaming, there's blood everywhere. There's blood everywhere. At least one of the four people I would figure would say, she's laying here in a pool, in a pool of blood. We don't know what happened, but dispatcher says she relays the information that there's somebody was drinking and they might have saw a guy in the house. That's what the dispatcher says.
And no, I agree with you, Mom, on this one too. The public does not need all the info. These are four human beings that lost their lives. Do you think it would be fair trial if they put? And absolutely not. The things that I think, and thank you for the comment, Mom. The things that I think should be put out are the things that we're talking about now. The in-depth stuff, pictures and photos, and no, not by any means. And I've always claimed that.
No, we don't need to see it. Maybe the location of where everybody was, I'd love to see, but photos and stuff, I don't want to see all that.
No, I just want to know the truth about the things that we've learned already. That's all I'm looking for. Is the truth
to me, it just shows that Ethan and Xana where their bodies were found were far apart. That's what this 911 call shows me as well, because there's no there's no mention of Ethan at all. And Hunter's Ethan's best friend, no? So if he was one of the ones that were on the phone, supposedly, he's going to be like, and my best friend is on his bed in a bowl of his blood, or wherever he was. So obviously Xana and Ethan were nowhere near each other, at least to where they'd be able to see Ethan from where Xana was laying.
Right. Welcome, Harlot. I guess this Hunter didn't tell the girls what he actually saw either, because he was trying to protect them. That is a very good possibility, Harlot. That's a good point too. Knowing that it could traumatize them. That's a huge point that I never thought of that like that. So
they're all passing the phone or whatever.
But that's what I was getting ready to move into next. The next problem is, as we see in the 911 call, is how the operator's saying, can you give somebody, one person, the phone and stop passing the phone around? So there's that too. So I don't know. I don't know how to take the scene itself when the 911 call was made, and I don't know. Like I said,
especially if somebody's telling me that Hunter's the only one that went and saw it, came back and relayed the information to the other three, then why are the other three getting on the damn phone talking to dispatch? Hunter should be the only one talking to dispatch.
That would be and if I can understand the girls not getting on the phone from being traumatized 100%. So just stay on the phone. do the thing and be done. Don't give it to the whole world and stop. Don't let anybody in the house. That should have been stopped right away too. So that's true. I don't know. And that's another thing real. There has been secrecy. Now, let me rephrase what I'm saying. It is not our business. Okay. It is not our business to know everything that happened, but they put this out to the world and then they sealed a bunch of stuff and everybody's sitting there freaking out, wondering what the hell's going on, so on and so forth, which is where a lot of this comes from. And then, of course, people bring misinformation and make up stories and do this and do that, which causes more problems.
And to be honest, it sounded like Hitler had enough too with the sealing shit. He's like, stop sealing everything. All right.
Agreed. And that's what my point with doing this kind of stuff is the stuff that's been put out. That's what, to answer Mom's question again, I want to know the truth about the things that have been put out that we are seeing. I just, that's all I want from this, so that I can make at least a educated decision on how I feel about this, because it does bother me seeing this. 4 people lost their lives. Excuse me.
Where did Mama Bear go? She dropped down?
It's probably, yeah, she has to go to bed at a certain time because she takes medication.
Gotcha. I mean, it's good to say bye.
Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and Ethan, okay? Because their names should be said too. I agree with that. They lost their lives that day. Their families are suffering because they're no longer with them. That is the main point to this whole thing. So the fact is that they deserve absolute justice no matter what. They deserved, if Brian Koberger did this, for him to be punished for this, or if he didn't, for the real person to be punished.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I feel bad for the families because, like, on one end, obviously, you know, you want to trust a prosecution and you want justice for your child, but then on the other end, it's like you have to make yourself believe it's this guy no matter what comes out. That sucks, man.
Well, and that's the problem that I have, and I've said this before. We can't just sit here, because this is a very serious situation. Just because the police arrest somebody and charge them for a murder. Okay, I want to trust that the police are doing their job. I want to trust that the judicial system is doing their job. But sometimes they don't. Okay, so it's okay to question these things and hope that we're going to get the right answer out of it when we do. But just because somebody is arrested doesn't mean, we all know innocent until proven guilty. It doesn't mean that they are absolutely the person that did this. That doesn't mean that I don't want justice. That doesn't mean that I support him and that I love him.
But today it seems like as soon as they arrest somebody, it's like everybody hops on board. Yeah, and they don't give a shit what comes out, what shows opposite, nothing. It doesn't matter what.
That does happen, and that's where the problem lies. Is nobody looks at everything and says, "Wait a minute, that okay." And I did accept it. We talked about this before, Willie.
No, yeah.
I did accept. Okay, he did it. Great. I'm glad they got somebody. It's about damn time. Until they dropped the PCA, and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute, that doesn't."
Same here. Like I said, and I knew the son bitch, and I said, he was normal. He was normal back in the day. This, that, and the third. But anybody's capable of anything, and I was kind of on board where he snapped this and that. But once that PCA came out, dude, I was like, "What? Wait a second. He's not. He wasn't that dude."
Yes, and then as everything got further along, more and more stuff came out that drew more and more questions. And they still do to this moment right here. They're coming, more and more stuff is coming out that draws more questions. And I just want to know why. There's never ever been a true and real, in my opinion, acceptable, that makes sense, motive put out for this. Okay.
Yeah. And like I said, people can get mad at me all they want. Tell the prosecution to get the head out of their ass and, hand over something that's, actually damning to the defense, because she's still asking for stuff. And we're how many months away from trial? That's pathetic.
Thank God it's coming soon. And I pray that they show everything, that they give the world what they've been asking for with this trial. They give the families, because I know that Gonsalves wants to see it all. Steve himself said on one of his interviews, I want to see everything. I want to see it all, and I want the world to see it all. I want to know truly every bit of this, what happened, how, and why, period. And that's what they deserve. So I hope that happens. I do hope that happens. All right, I'm gonna try to get through this damn video real quick. I'm gonna let this play for a minute, so I'm gonna step away and fill this back up. I'll be right back as this is playing.
I went all through this, Vinny, and I assigned a cognition with every single one. So they started off with not being truly very concerned. Nobody's answering. That wouldn't be unusual. But then maybe a little confusion. And then it kind of ramps up to where Kaylee, there's this prompt, answer me. And then says it again. Then it says, yeah, dude, WTF. Then shock response happens. Like, what's really happening, man? And when you can see it kind of morphing all the way down to this fight or flight response when the threat's been realized, and then all of a sudden they sense the danger and threat was in progress. And then that's when they start running and going for a shelter.
The other part of this, Dr. Janie Lacey, is she's interviewed afterwards and she's describing like, yes, I was drinking, but I couldn't tell if I was dreaming or if it was real in the moment. And that confusion. And the other thing that strikes me is talking about Xana, who's been stabbed to death. And they, I guess, believe to some extent that she's passed out, maybe drunk, and not sure exactly what's going on. And I don't know exactly what the scene looked like. It may not have been super bloody, depending upon where the wounds were, et cetera.
Oh, Danny.
But all of that, is to me such a horrible experience for them, but trying to figure out what's real and what's not real. And it seems like reality is not really clicking in the moments.
Oh, shit.
Well, you said it, Vinny. So they're under the influence. It's early in the morning. And when people are confronted with something that's horrible and unprecedented, we know that the brain sometimes, especially because they're also young, right? You and I that are seasoned people may have had a different life experience. But when you're young, their brain can struggle with making sense of what's happening, right? This cognitive disruption is early in the morning. It can lead to, we know, delayed reactions, confusion, difficulty making decisions. And we know that that's a genuine psychological phenomenon. So especially when someone has extreme fear that's setting in, and they were also taking that potentially under the influence, not resting, that it can really get someone to be able to not to be stuck in their ability to take action, especially if they believe like a threat or something is happening. And then I would also probably assume to a certain level that there's disbelief, they're having a good time, they're home and she's seeing someone and not sure if she's dreaming, is she conscious, is she not conscious, right? This element of disbelief can also come into play. But we know with all of the different factors happening, processing potentially extreme violence in the middle of the night was not happening in that moment. And sometimes our mind can really have these temporary ways to protect ourselves when we're faced with something that doesn't fit our understanding of the world in the moment that it's happening.
And it seems that with all of this happening around 4:30 in the morning or so, that at some point they might just fall asleep. Bethany and Dylan downstairs, I believe in the same room, alone. And I'm wondering, Susan, that they had this level of fear, but it seemed together they're able to comfort each other to a certain extent, but not knowing
Look at this.
what had happened upstairs, but maybe suspecting something is off, but not to the point of calling 911 or not to the point of leaving the safety that they felt in that room to go and check.
Yeah, and when you think about just humans and naturally, I mean, it's interesting how our body responds to these types of situations. That the threat wasn't realized right away. And then we had this natural gut reaction, that intuition, something wasn't right. And the fact that they were just kind of texting back and forth, not really responding, as Dr. Lacey was talking about, there's this delayed reaction because this has never happened before. They've never probably had these kind of issues with their fear or that somebody would be breaking in. So they were detached from it. There was almost like this out of body experience that they had, and they didn't even relate it. But then there was something that physiologically that happened. And that is, you can't explain it, and neither can I. It is something that God gave us. And when he gives us that natural response, hey, danger is here, something's not right, things are not fitting right, and then your body will respond. I had the similar reaction when I was a witness in a murder case when I was 15 years old. which is another story you have to read in my book, by the way, because it was identical. The assailant was there. I was faced.
What's up, bud? And welcome, Annie. Thank you for joining us. It's been a long time. Good to have you here.
Oh, well, hello. How are you?
I am wonderful. My God, it's been a long time since I've heard your voice. It's great to hear you.
It's so good to talk to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a wonderful New Year. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, and it is great to have you here.
Well, thanks.
We're going over how MSM spins their own narrative.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. Is that what you were saying, Willie?
What?
I thought you said something. That's why I stopped it.
No, I think I said screw your book. I said it like under my breath though.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I hate that. She's like, buy my book. What the hell?
Hey, go lay down. God, these dogs are crazy. They're trying to kill each other. Anyway.
I don't even know what this lady's even talking about. She's like, so they were all in the same room. Where does it say they were in the same room? Because they were texting again. Supposedly her phone's about to die, but they're texting again a minute later in the same room.
I think it's because she had claimed, she said, hurry up and come here, or come down to my room, or come down here and run, or something like that, is where it brings to question the fact that she was in the room.
Yeah, but then once you scroll down in the transcripts, they're texting again a minute later.
Well, yeah, we talked about that the other day, I think, that were they texting in the same room, which I think could be possible if they were trying to be quiet, maybe. I mean, it does sound crazy. It does sound crazy, but...
But what are you doing calling people if you're trying to be quiet?
That's true, too. You said what you said the other day, so yes. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Yvonne, good to see you. I don't know. There's some questions with that for sure. There is some questions, but it was stated early on. I think you remember, Annie, you were around way back then too. Didn't we hear at some point that they started off in their own rooms and ended up together in one room? I swear that was put out like in the very beginning at some point.
I mean, probably, but based on everything that's been released, like I know in the latest document dump, it would appear based on these text messages that she didn't go downstairs because they still continue to text each other. Now, yes, okay, they could be in the same room trying to be quiet, but I don't know. I'm under the impression that she didn't make a break for it, right? Like if these text messages are all happening as it's actually happening, and these are legit, right? Really has a good point. The fact of the matter is these text messages are occurring after the suspect has allegedly already left.
Right. So why wouldn't you make a run for it or get down there or whatever if you didn't? So yes, I agree.
And all of a sudden her phone's dying.
If she's messaging.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Annie.
Oh, my turn?
No, I didn't mean to cut any off.
Yeah, finish what you were saying, Annie, and then Eddie, if you want to say something, you can after that, of course. Sorry.
Okay.
I just, if you take the text messages for what they are, right? It would appear that maybe Bethany's telling her to run down here, and she probably was too scared.
Right.
Right. I understand everybody has they're involved in whatever. I'm just looking at it for what it is. Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And,
no.
If she didn't make a break for it, it makes more sense, right, that she's stayed upstairs. But the fact of the matter is that these text messages are occurring, and she's saying no. Like, I saw someone in a ski mask or whatever, right? There's reference to Xana being dressed in all black. There's reference to there's a text message apparently missing. So there's a couple of them that would appear to be missing. There's conversation missing surrounding who's in what and where. But this is occurring in 2 minutes and 19 seconds. So if at that moment in time she's texting no, I think I just saw so-and-so, right? Did you just see so-and-so, or did you just see blah, blah, blah? I don't know, but it would appear that that's what some of these text messages and replies are to.
Yes.
Right? Now,
Yes.
if she doesn't make a break for it and she stays in her room, the fact of the matter is these people in the media right here are saying the thing out loud. They're saying the thing out loud because up until recently, everyone was tucked in their beds, fast asleep, and
Exactly.
no one in this
Yes.
house was awake.
With a glass of milk.
Yes, and everybody at this point, everybody was awake, and I said that in the beginning. I swear, I think they were. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. No, I was just saying that was kind of like the point I wanted to make as far as the time issue,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
With these text messages, it would appear these text messages are occurring after the person has already left.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's number one. And number two, we have other text messages allegedly from other people in the home that are occurring up until like 2:52 in the morning,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
So, you know, if Dylan is starting out texting Eric Gower,
What time is it?
you know, 12, 13 minutes after, well, the girls were dropped off at what, like 1:56, and it's within like 12 minutes of that.
Yeah.
So let's do.
So 2:10, it's like 2:10 or something. She's
So let's do
texting him.
10.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is, you know, just within like 10 to 12 to 15 minutes of the girls being dropped off. You know, when you kind of really go back and put the timeline from grub truck to the house to texting
Right.
to, it would appear literally no one is sleeping. Literally everyone's awake.
Yep.
No one appears to be tucked in bed. And then, you know, you get into the problem of, well, because I know that, you know, I don't know. I don't want this to come out the wrong way. I guess the best way that I can say anything about this is that when it comes to transfer DNA, the best way that I can describe it, there's not a single person on the panel right now or in chat right now that doesn't have 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 other people's DNA on them at any given time, if not more.
Yep.
And the fact of the matter is, when you're looking at this crime scene and you see that there is DNA being recovered from fingernail clippings, that hairs are being recovered, that blood spots are being recovered, that not only is this alleged single source profile from the inside of the snap recovered, but there is a sample of blood recovered from the back of the sheet. That's a mixed sample. And Koberger's eliminated from that as well. So it's very interesting when you look at the actual evidence that's being talked about. And he doesn't match male blood B. He doesn't match male blood D in the gloves outside. He does not match the DNA under the fingernail clippings. He does not match whatever DNA testing they did on this blood sample from the sheep. They compared it to him and he was excluded as a contributor. So it's very interesting that you have all of this other DNA that you feel is pertinent because you're comparing it to his touch DNA that you claim you got off the inside button snap of the sheet. But when you look at this latest motion in limine, I believe it's number 6 from Bicca Barlow.
Yes.
She says it's in footnote number 2. The exact location of the sheet, all of the even when it comes to the Q11 sample, it would appear that the snap may have never been swabbed at all.
Thank you. That was what I read recently.
So if the snap was never swabbed at all, we'll just throw this out here because then that leads to the question, well then, if the snap was never actually swabbed, well then how exactly did you locate a single source male profile from the inside of the snap?
For real.
That's my question too.
Where did you get his DNA profile? Right? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but it would appear with the questioning here and with what we're seeing, no, in fact, it would appear that there may be some conflicting testimony between the swabber and Riley Nolan about exactly where and what area was swabbed, because it appears that what was determined is nowhere of the snap was going to be swabbed because they wanted to save that for fingerprinting. They felt those were going to be the areas best for fingerprinting.
Right.
And it says in the footnote that the defense has no ability now to retest the sheath because with them doing the fingerprint analysis, anything that may have been there is now, well, can't retest it.
That's it. Yeah.
So it's just, it's, forget everything else, right? I'm looking more at what is pertinent here, which is the, what appears to be incredibly exculpatory DNA evidence that the defense is getting ready to unleash. Because Eddie said earlier, right? Eddie doesn't even think it's his profile on the sheath.
Right.
Well, wouldn't it be interesting if Brian Koberger's profile wasn't on the sheath because the snap was never even actually swabbed?
That would
inside
be,
or out.
That would be a really big problem. I agree.
So where the hell did they get it? So
where'd they get his DNA, and why are they saying they got it from the snap if they didn't?
Now, does this, in your mind, Annie, does that go back to what Eddie said about arresting and then investigating?
I mean, yeah, because listen, Payne kind of tripped himself up a little bit in his testimony. According to him, she got him first to say that we were not aware of Koberger's name until FBI gave us the IGG tip December 19th. And then in the follow-up question, when she asks a couple of follow-ups, and when she gets to male blood B, he says, I'm going to need you to refresh my memory. She explains male blood B is the droplet on the handrail. His memory is refreshed. And when she asked him, well, why didn't you pursue male blood B? Well, because we already had Koberger's name. So if you already had Koberger's name and you're not pursuing male blood B, that's very interesting, because according to what we've read here, most of, if not all of this DNA collected from the crime scene, I know his sample was received November 22nd to Ophram. So that would mean like most of the DNA collected from this scene, they're aware of.
Yeah.
Prior to that sample going to Ophram. So you can't say that you weren't aware of him at all until December 19th.
Right.
If the reason you're not pursuing the other DNA is because you already have his name, and all of this other DNA is known by like the end of November. I'll give them the end of November. Right.
Well, I mean, to stop right there, which was what you said, which is great. Okay. Because it leads to my other point that I wanted to make. I promise, Eddie, I promise we'll get to you next, buddy. If that's the case, what if there was somebody else involved and you don't know that? You don't know that there couldn't have been somebody else involved. Why would you stop right there just with that name and let it go right there? Why wouldn't you continue to look just to see, just in case there was somebody else? That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're not looking for accomplices at that point. Even if you have him, okay, great, but you have all of these other people. So, and they weren't ruled out, because the other footnote in this document from Vicka Barlow also says that the two other male profiles, male B blood and male D blood, were not ran through CODIS or any IgG testing done to them.
Exactly. So you came upon this scene and told yourself immediately, one person and one person only did this, period. We're done. Let's go get him and let's move on. That makes no sense. No investigation has ever done that before that I've ever known of. They look for what they look for based on what they have, and they keep looking until they get it all. This is,
I mean, if I'm just saying, if I have, if you recover multiple potential suspects, that's interesting. And then you have, sorry, I just wanted to kind of point out one other thing because I think it's really important in the documents, and
Absolutely.
it's what's going to be presented in court,
Please do.
right? So that's how I look at it. Is in my opinion, I focus on more what is going to be presented by both sides in court. And
Sure.
we have this motion in limine from the defense regarding vague testimony from these experts. And number 8 on the list is a Mr. Eric Seat. Now, Eric Seat is someone who the state has called upon to give expert testimony regarding the methodology of DNA testing that he apparently did concerning YSTR testing, right? And it goes further into explain from the defense that the state told the defense, we can't be, due to the large amount of discovery, the only thing that we can tell you is go look at lab report number 3, right? That should help you. So they go to look at lab report number 3, and lab report number 3 from Mr. Seat is apparently a lab report where Mr. Seat conducted some kind of YSTR testing on a mixed sample, and this YSTR testing shows DNA data of an alternate suspect. And the defense is saying that should the judge deny this motion, at the very least, if he's allowed to testify, he should only be allowed to testify to his lab report referencing the alternate suspect. So the defense is saying if you want to have him testify, that's fine, but he can only testify to this lab report 3 that you told us to go look at. And when we did, his DNA work is showing DNA data of an alternate suspect.
Right. That's the problem.
So I just kind of wanted to point that out. And now I'm going to shut up.
No. I appreciate that very much. Like I said, it's wonderful to hear from you. I've always loved your insight and the way you explain things. And I'm grateful that you're here. I've missed you quite a bit. I'll tell you that much. Always loved our conversations within this stuff. So it's great to have you here. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you. You know, I haven't talked to you in a while, and I figured, okay, well, you know what? I've been listening for a little bit. I just haven't been able to like comment or anything because I was working.
I'm grateful to have you here. 100%. Always was, always have been, always will be. So thank you so much for taking time to join us today. Okay. And Eddie, I'm so sorry, bud. Go ahead and go to where you were going to go with at that point. There's so much to talk about. I apologize for not letting you get in there sooner.
No, it's understandable. It's good to hear from Annie. I always enjoy having her.
Always
to hear her thoughts.
You know, I love you, Eddie. That's why you're my mod.
Love you too, Annie. Dago, I believe earlier you asked, weren't we told in the early going that both roommates were in the same room together or something to that effect?
Yes, I seem to remember some point in the early parts of the investigation that we had been told that they ended up in the same room together at some point. So yeah.
And where that came from is, so if you remember on November 20th, there was the press conference and Angela Palermo with the Idaho Statesman was there.
Yes.
So on the 21st, the day after that press conference, she emailed Moscow Police Department and asked the question, were the surviving roommates sleeping on the first floor during the attack? And they emailed her back. Rachel Doniger with Moscow Police Department, the communications team, answered, yes, they were on the first floor.
Okay.
So that's the receipt of where we all got that information.
Got you. And I know you have it. If anybody has this, I know you do, period. So yes.
Yeah. It's just a fun fact from way back when. We all knew it probably and had it committed to memory from back then.
Right. So that came from law enforcement, everybody. So that takes me back to what we were just talking about with what Annie had said. Did she make a break for it when she was asked to, once we find out in these text messages, did that happen? Well, at some point, obviously it did. If that came out of law enforcement's mouth saying, yes, they were on the same floor. That would
Well,
be
she
better.
was specific with her question. Give credit to Angela Palermo. She said, were they sleeping on the first floor during the attack?
Oh, okay. Oh, so they're
Yeah.
saying before, not after, but during, they were in the same room on the first floor during this then. And that was answered yes.
Yes.
That's interesting.
I'll just type it in chat, word for word, the quote.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Oscar Meyer, welcome. Good to see you, Yvonne Poole. Duty calls. I love your name. I'm just trying to catch everybody else up in here. Thank you all for joining us. I'm sorry if I haven't spoken to you yet. I'm trying to keep up. So no, that's interesting. Well, are you back, Willie? Not yet. Okay. He had a phone call. He'll be back soon because that's interesting. I'd never heard that. Welcome, George. Thank you for joining us. Anybody else that has popped in here, I appreciate you. Go ahead, Eddie.
You did hear it. It's just you'd have to go back through. I don't know how many thousands of hours of video do you think you have?
Oh God,
accumulated since then. It's in one. It's somewhere out there on the interwebs, and
right.
You did hear it, but it's just we've all forgotten it. That's part of why I take notes too, is because
I know
who can remember it all.
My notebooks. I have so many notebooks, but they're all stored away. I don't have them anymore, so I'm in a new one. Willie, did you hear that when you stepped away or no?
I missed the last like 5 minutes. I was on the phone.
So Eddie just went back and read that something that was stated by law enforcement about. Remember that question I asked about? Didn't we hear in the beginning that they were in the same room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There was a reporter, Rachel. No, it wasn't Rachel. That was who was it again, Eddie? Her name?
Angela Palermo with the Idaho Statesman.
There you go. She contacted on the 21st. She contacted Moscow PD, Rachel Doniger, which was the spokesperson for Moscow. She asked her, were they sleeping in the same room on the same floor per se, so on and so forth. The answer was during the commission of the crime. The answer was yes.
What?
That came from law enforcement. That's completely different now. And that I knew we had heard that from somewhere, and that's why Eddie told us that, because that's where that came from. And so that I don't even know what to say. Okay. I'm just going to leave it.
I'm going to tell you flat out. People can say victim blaming all you want. I think Dylan is 100% somewhat involved. And here's why. Like I told you, she woke up at the next day, right? So, supposedly she fell asleep. And she's literally texting somebody, please answer, are you awake? So then text somebody else, are you awake? She knows damn well what happened. She heard it all go down.
And I have to agree with that. I do.
And she texts bang, bang, bang as soon as she wakes up. Boom, boom, boom. Calls her dad right after. Or texts her dad right after.
I have to agree at this point now, knowing
sorry, man.
It's okay. What we've seen with the text messages that they had to at the very least heard everything. Way more than what they put in that PCA. And it wasn't just, I think I heard somebody playing with the dog, or I think I heard this, or I thought, no.
So you're telling me you're awake, you're hearing everybody go about their night. All of a sudden you hear all this go down, and you think, going to sleep for a couple hours with Bethany, that you're going to wake up and everybody's just going to start answering you when they haven't answered you for hours? She thinks everybody just went to sleep? Is that what she's going to say?
Well, let me ask you this, Willie. Let me put it this way. Do you think maybe that it was answered that way initially is because maybe she was scared? Maybe she was afraid of something, and that's why she didn't put it out there that, yes, I heard this, and that, and I knew what happened. Do you think that's possible?
You mean scared to tell who?
To tell the truth.
Well, okay. What would make her scared to tell the truth? Both of them.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. Like, do you think it's possible that could be the problem? That for whatever reason they're afraid.
That's what I mean. If this wasn't Brian, it's other people, right? And potentially, and say just hypothetically, she was threatened not to say anything at all, or they're going to come after this person. We wouldn't even know.
Or she was just worried that she would think maybe that would happen to her too. Even not even being told, just worried that whoever did it's going to come back for her or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I just want to know if one of the texts that are missing have anything to do with the firemen that she,
or the vacuum.
because I'm not seeing anything in this conversation. It would appear that the conversation she's having is pertaining to, like, with Bethany, pertaining to like a couple of her roommates, right?
Yeah.
That's just the context that I'm getting from it.
That's why in this
It
video we
doesn't-
were talking about that they when they bring the whole list of text on the screen on here on Court TV, they have the one of Xana being dressed in all black completely gone.
Mhm.
So they won't even show it to their viewers.
No, that's not there. The fireman thing's not in any of this, and that's all been redacted.
Well, no, the Xana dressed in all black isn't redacted. It's redacted in Court TV's
on
thing
this.
they have up.
Yeah,
but as far as the firefighter isn't anywhere in the document.
Right. Sorry, I'm mixing the two together. I shouldn't have done that. But the Xana thing is absolutely redacted from this. Yes. The fireman thing is redacted from everything. So yes, that is true.
I just don't. I'm just curious as to when the fireman, right, is mentioned. First interview, second interview, fourth interview. When did the fireman, the vacuum type object, when did all of these things come into play? We know the
vacuum was a second
interview, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to find out, like, you know what I mean? Because it doesn't appear that she's texting Bethany that she thinks she sees a fireman in the house with a mask on.
Right.
So it's just going to be, to me, you know what I mean? I'm looking at the text like, okay, so where's the fireman? Where's the
and why is her story evolving?
Something.
Yeah. But why is her story evolving? Is my question. Every day she, attacks something on, and they just take it for face value.
Well, listen, I will say in their defense, though, right? And and that's only because I can look at it both ways.
Of course.
You have Dylan, who's like 19 at the time. Bethany, I think, was 20, maybe 21 at the time.
Yeah.
We know from all the body cams that many, many times this house had a lot of people in it, and many of the times the people who didn't live there, the people who lived there weren't even there.
That's
I think there's one of Kaylee, one of Xana, right? That's it.
Yeah.
Other than that, it would appear that most of the other calls to that house and other body cams, like the residents aren't there, but many other people are. So if you're these girls, and I can tell you right now that they played lots of pranks on each other all the time. It was totally normal. So if you're these girls, you're used to hearing your roommates, other people in and out of the house. They're always playing these crazy ass pranks on each other, right? Like maybe you think at first you're just like, oh my God, what are they doing? But then it hits you that, like, wait a minute, this sounds, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here. Like, this doesn't sound right? Or like, this doesn't sound like your typical prank from these guys, or, there's something different here that's happening, that all of a sudden the phone calls are going out, the text messages are going out. Right. So, and then it just relates back to, well, then that would just go to show that the original narrative was still not true. It would appear everyone's awake and is very aware there's something happening in this house. And according to Dylan and Bethany here, it would appear to be happening up there where Dylan is.
Right.
Right. And it seems it's to the point where Bethany has to tell her, well, no, Xana was wearing all black.
Right.
So there's conversation happening here that we're not seeing. For Bethany to reiterate, well, Xana's wearing all black. Well, what prompted Bethany to even have to say what someone's wearing? Like there's a text missing.
Especially at a time that they're absolutely terrified, supposedly, because you're not just going to start talking about what y'all wore to the dance or whatever, just in the middle of a conversation where people are getting killed. Sorry.
And then they throw in the fact that, you know, something, you mean like something covering the head and the face and stuff. Yeah, that was added in there too. So yes, absolutely. Which, not to jump subject, but that takes me back to something I was going to say earlier. And if I don't, I'll forget it. The fireman comment. Okay. I was a fireman for years, and I know,
right.
I wonder if the mask comment is because, or the fireman comment is because of the type of mask. Now, initially we were made to believe that it was like a COVID mask, I think. Oops, I said whatever. Anyway, you guys know what I mean. That kind of covers you here. Then we're told in those text messages like a ski mask type thing. That takes me to wonder, like a balaclava that we used to wear. We'd pull that down over top of a Nomex hood is what we called them, but where it covers all but this, that's what a fireman would wear underneath their helmet and stuff like that. Okay. But that would show your whole face, including, I guess, yeah, your eyebrows too. But
so if he wasn't wearing a fireman's helmet, then did he have a fireman's reflective jacket on?
That's what
I'm not even saying like, so here's the thing. All we know is she made the comment fireman. We have no idea what she means by that.
Or
we literally have no idea what she means by that kind of clothing. I mean,
that's where I was going with that. We don't know. That's the thing. Is it did this person maybe have a respirator mask on? A Scott mask on, okay, to cover their face.
Well, not all firemen, not even that, but like not all firemen wear a fireman's uniform. Like when they're not going to an actual fire.
That's
so. Why would she describe a fireman?
Regular, they're in like regular attire. They may still have like their little call.
So what would provoke her to say fireman? And
that's what I'm getting at. My daily wear was a blue T-shirt that had my shield and printed on the shirt on the side, and blue pants. That's what I wore when I was not inside the fire.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I was getting at. Was it that? Was it, you know, a guy dressed in turnout gear with the Nomex hood on, or was it a guy wearing a Scott mask on? Or, I mean, what was it? That's what I'm saying to make her say that.
Well, it can't be like anything like shield wise for the face, because she's describing seeing an eyebrow. So, right? I don't know.
That's where my whole point was with the two things there. But it's interesting to me that was even an issue. So, or even a piece of conversation based. Sorry. I don't know, but I really gained some curiosity with that statement. I really did. And everything you said.
I'm just it's gonna be interesting to find out like when the fireman, which interview the fireman is introduced. The vacuum type. Yeah, it's just really interesting to see that like by the second interview, vacuum type object is being talked about, and then several weeks later.
Mm-hmm.
So that, you know, several weeks later, she's still insisting in her interviews a fireman.
Do we know how many interviews there were altogether?
A lot.
They give the dates. Yeah, they give the dates for it. And God, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head which document it was, but the dates are all kind of disclosed. I know there's 2 on the 13th. I think it was another one on like the 17th, another one on like the 30th or something. I don't know. There was a whole bunch of dates listed.
Gotcha. I didn't know exactly how many. I'm curious to know how many interviews there were, and what you said. Where did that come into play? How far down the road were we that she got to that point that came out? Very good point. Very good point. Anybody that wants to join up here, guys, it's pinned in the chat. You just got to make sure you show your face backstage for a quick second so I can make sure you're showing your face and not your waist, guys. That's all I'm saying. But it's pinned at the top of the chat. Hey, Tomboy. So yeah, that's absolute. And I really appreciate what you said. It gives me stuff to think about, Annie. Anything else to add to this before we finish this video up? Anybody?
Yeah, I have a quick question for everybody, including in chat too. It's a pretty smart group here, and we're all
definitely
involved in true crime. So I want to ask, since I have such a smart panel and chat, because this question has been intriguing me for a little while. When in like real crime cases, does the investigator call to do an interview to the arrested suspect after he's been apprehended? Make a phone call and call him to interview him.
Yeah, why don't they usually will go visit them and do the interrogation right there in person? Typically, yeah.
So I've never heard of that before, and it would seem bizarre.
It is different. I mean,
Well, wasn't he contacted by WSU police? Isn't that what it says in one of the latest filings? That prior to anything to do with them locating his vehicle and like running his plate, he was like he was contacted. It says
the first time they had
WSU police.
Oh, was he?
It says WSU police made contact prior to.
Yes, I did read that.
Do you know
that is true.
What I haven't seen that document. Did they do an interview?
I promise you, Eddie, I'll find it for you, and
Okay.
I'll put it in the community. I'll put it in the community tab. I promise you, it's there.
Yeah, take your time, no worries.
It does say that WSU police contacted him as well as, for fuck's sake, Fitziana, Heather Fitzgerald. If she's still in chat, I bet you she knows which document it's in.
Yeah, and that was in November, if I'm not wrong. I can't remember the date, but I remember this because we went over this a long time ago.
Yeah, it does. Well, no, but it's even in like one of the latest documents where it wasn't just running his plate. It states they made contact and did whatever they did with the vehicle and the plate and stuff. So
yeah,
it is interesting that they did make contact. That was one of the newer. Maybe it was a motion in limine. It may have been in one of the motions to suppress. I'll find it, Eddie. I promise I'll find it for you, honey.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'd love to hear that too.
Here's why I'm asking is because, all right, so on May 4th, 23, the motion to compel, the first supplemental request for discovery, the defense wants the recordings of Moscow Police Department Detective Payne's interview with Mr. Kohlberger. And then about a week later, the state responds and says, here you go. Here's the recordings that you requested in your supplemental request. And about a month later, the defense answers back and says, this is the in-person, you sent us the in-person interview with FBI agents rather than the phone interview done by Moscow police.
Right. And okay, hold that thought, Eddie. Let me make sure I'm right on something too. When Brian was arrested in Pennsylvania, I could be wrong on my thought on this, but was Payne not there as well in PA after this all went down?
Dude, he went there before he was arrested, and Annie will tell you, he planted cameras and shit.
I don't know who planted the cameras. I don't know who planted the cameras. All I know is that on Christmas Day, it would appear, and if I remember correctly, it is in the motion to suppress Google.
Mm-hmm.
It could be, it may be that one. I don't remember off the top of my head.
He did something, you know what I mean?
It is stated that on Christmas Day, December 25th, someone, members of law enforcement, placed cameras on the private property of the Kohlbergers.
Yes.
And then on December 27th is when the trash was picked up.
Right.
But they're claiming the only camera footage allegedly is this body cam of the officer driving by the trash cans to show that like the trash cans were down at the end of the driveway or whatever.
Right.
And I'm sitting here going, well, if you laced a private property with cameras on the 25th, 2 days prior, you should have footage of the trash being picked up.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you this. Does that play true for all trash, even in a very heavy gated community with a very strict HOA like that? All trash is deemed like not your property anymore?
I have heard like other people who are actual lawyers and stuff say it could be a curtilage. You could run into like a curtilage issue because technically it's a private gated community, the Indian Mountain Lakes region there, where his parents live. It's a little private gated community. It has a security booth. There's only one way in and one way out. They have their own security cameras, by the way.
No, there's a way in and a way out.
Well, what there's not.
You could only go in through where the security gate is.
Yeah, no. So when you pull up, you got to tell the person who you're there to see. Then they'll contact who you're there to see, and then they'll write you a pass. They'll physically come out, check your plate number, get all that information, and then hand you a pass. And then they'll open up the gate.
They have their own cameras when you pull up.
Yeah, and then they'll open up the gate in front of you, then you drive in. But then when you leave, there's a separate gate that when you just kind of pull up to it, it opens itself. But then when you come back in, you have to show them that pass so if you're there to see somebody for a weekend, they'll give you like a 2-3 day pass. So that's usually what I get when I go see my buddy.
Well, the point I'm getting at is that the private community, considering they have their own security and their own camera at the gate when you pull in.
Heavy security too.
Yeah, so whoever went in there to put the cameras, I mean, they're going to be on, hopefully on 100% footage.
The day that they came probably 80 deep with the cars to knock his door down that night, that's all going to be on. That's why if you look at all the stuff that they collected, they took all that, they have all that footage from Indian Mountain Lakes.
Yeah.
Right.
So they collected all that.
I also remember we had issues with the fact that PA didn't use any kind of body cams or anything. We went through that whole deal too. They never used body cams during the whole thing, which I still don't believe. That's all right.
And I asked my buddy, because like I said, my buddy lives in that neighborhood. I said, dude, have you ever like, you and your neighbor ever put shit in each other's, bins? And he's like, dude, if you leave anything on the ground, he basically told me any little thing they can find to fine you for in that community, they'll fine you for.
Right.
So just because somebody's putting their own garbage in their neighbor's bin and shit like that means absolutely nothing, dude. Nothing. Yeah. And they made that such a big deal. Like he's trying to frame his neighbor. Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I remember that. And yes, Duty, his sister was in a horror movie, a low budget, but yes. What the hell was I going to say next? So yeah. Oh shoot. I lost my.
And who would you say you want to talk to? You want to talk to Casey?
Yeah, I do. I would love to have a conversation with Casey. Just to, we don't have to even talk about this part of it, but just to talk about him as a person, what she remembers, what she knows. Now that all the pressure has kind of laid off, and now that we're this far into it, I'd love to.
Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, I'll see. How she's feeling about all this now, and
Of course, but nobody's going to attack her in here for anything like that.
Which is crazy to think that they were such close friends, because, like I said, Casey's my age. She was in my grade, and I had countless classes with her. She was very, very smart. She let me cheat off everything that she ever did. She'll tell you.
Right.
But yeah, I'll see. I'll see if she wants to come up and maybe because again, a lot of people. I'm telling you, dude, 99% of people that I went to school with, the New Brian, they don't know about any of this paperwork. They don't know about the transcripts. They don't know about the facts. Nothing. They see exactly what you're playing on the screen right now.
Right.
And they come to me and they're like, dude, and I'm like, no, here's what you got to look at. And they're like, oh shit. Mm-hmm. So like, all his close friends and stuff that he moved away from, they all know the truth. But most of the community up there, they just see what's on the screen, man. It sucks. And I'm not going to post on my Facebook and be the asshole to be like, you're all wrong. And, because they're going to be like, why are you sticking up for, killer and all that kind of thing. I'm just not going to do all that. But I'm just saying, man, it's MSM really does a job, a number.
Propaganda is a real thing, folks. And it has been for a long time. I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, if she, is comfortable with it, I would love to have a conversation with her. Really,
Yeah. Casey's cool.
even if she would want you here too, I'm good with that any way around. So I just love that.
I mean, like I said, it's she spoke to the damn media, for Christ's sakes. I'm gonna tell her
It wouldn't be anything like that at all. So yeah, absolutely.
exactly. So
That would be great. 100%.
yeah, man. I'll see.
I appreciate it. I do.
I'll hit her up. I hit up anybody, man. And like I said, I just want the truth, And if I bring somebody up that says Brian did some crazy shit and did this, and this, it is what it is.
That's what I want. I want to hear either
I don't
way.
care.
Basic truth about it. That's it. 100%. So,
absolutely.
All right. Let me run this out some more. And again,
Really, the wingman. No, I don't need credit for everything. I don't give a shit. I want to be these people on screen's worst nightmare because they hate the truth. Right. And if I was sitting in jail, dude, I'd want somebody on the outside, kind of like myself, to tell as many people as they can who I really was, and what's really going on, because why not? I wouldn't be able to sleep right if I just went along with what I see and hearing people bash his parents in the beginning and stuff like that. I couldn't do it. I had to say something. Sorry.
Absolutely.
But he's not the monster everybody wants him to be. He just wasn't. At least when me and all these people knew him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I don't know.
I get it.
Face with something was off. I got up, ran into the house. He ended up stabbing.
Oh, sorry. Welcome, Kat, by the way. Sorry, I just forgot you get him through here, bud. Thanks for joining us. And we will get into some more stuff here in just a minute. Let me run some more of this video.
Stabbing a woman 21 times with a paring knife. How did I know that? It's just God protects us.
Dr. Lacey, Susan Constantine, thank you both so much. When we come back, we'll bring in our think tank, break this down, what it means for the trial, plus coming up next hour.
I'm Madison Mogan's father. She was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun. And
I gotta tell you guys, when they interviewed him, it brought real tears to my eyes. I mean, this guy literally. You
can see right there, he's broken.
The pain, yeah, it's real. It's 100% real deals, and it's horrible. It's horrible.
Does he have does he have other kids?
I can't remember. It's been so long, but I think there is another child.
Okay.
A younger one. But yeah, this is Maddie's dad. You can tell by looking at him.
Yeah. Jesus.
This guy, I felt so I could almost feel him, the vibe, you know what I mean? It's just so bad to watch. That interview was so horrible that day. It was so bad, and I felt so horrible for him. I still do, all of them.
And we love her and miss her so much.
If you could speak to the person responsible,
know how far something like this reaches, how many people it hurts, and how long they're going to have to live with this for the rest of their life.
The way he was describing his daughter, you could say that about all of those young folks who were murdered. I mean, it's a good group of kids that were doing well in school, had bright futures.
Okay, so Yvonne said it's his only child. You know what? I think you might be right. I guys, there's so much time that's passed, and so one of them has a younger child. Was it? Maybe not. And I'm sorry if that's wrong. It probably is. I swear
she was an only child. Shit, man.
Is it his stepdaughter, duty? But that could be what I was thinking.
He has a stepdaughter, but she was his. Oh my God.
He was his. Yeah, that is.
That's
right.
what I mean. Like, as much as we all say this and that. If I'm like him, right, and I lose my only daughter, and like this is what the state's telling me happened and stuff, like I'd be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like,
Well, you want to know the truth, but you also want this to be dealt with and done.
I know.
And be able to try to
be honest, me knowing myself, I'd be knocking down the door trying to get them fucking blood samples.
Oh yeah, 100%. That's That's me too. I want to know
That's
everything.
it, but that's just me, because I want everybody to pay. Everybody who knew about it, anybody who blinked, all of them.
Yep, absolutely. I'm right there with you on that.
Futures, I mean, everything was like on target for the rest of their lives, and they were enjoying themselves. I want to bring in our think tank tonight and talk about the developments involving these witnesses. Joining us tonight, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, making his return tonight on this Friday, Brian Watkins. Also with us, the chief public defender for Oakland County, Michigan. She represented the Oxford High School shooter, Paulette Lofton. And trial attorney, big case Mike Jaffer is with us as well. Great to see everyone. As we think about these two survivors, right? The two roommates who survived all of this. One who...
Thank you,
So who are all these people?
Here. These are, he calls it his think tank. It's a bunch of attorneys and whatnot that they talk about this with. That's all.
Physically saw.
Where'd Eddie go? He dropped down?
Dressed in black.
Did Eddie say bye? Did Eddie say bye? Is he all right?
Who? Eddie? Oh,
Eddie,
did he
yeah.
Oh, he's here. Yeah, he fell off. That fell out the window.
Oh, okay. I got you, Eddie.
Are you up? Sorry, buddy. I didn't see you for a minute there.
It's all good.
Are you talking to me or Eddie?
Eddie. He fell out of the...
Not you, Annie.
You're still up here, man.
I'm cooking, so I wasn't sure if you were trying to call me or not.
Oh, no. You're good. You're good.
Bushy eyebrow. Based upon the actions, the communications, and everything else, how does that impact this trial? What does the jury do with their testimony and description of what they did and how they were communicating and what was going on inside that house tonight? What are your thoughts, Brian?
It helps paint the picture for the prosecution. That's what the prosecution wants to do, is put that jury inside that house. They want the jury to feel what's happening.
Too bad they can't.
Technically speaking, it doesn't do anything to prove that the defendant did this crime. That's no direct evidence as to who did it. But putting the fear and painting that picture and setting the scene for that jury is very, very important.
Hey, this is going to be extremely emotional testimony, Paulette, because it's tough enough being a young person, right? And then you lived in the house where all this happened. One of you saw the killer, whether it's the defendant or not, the jury will tell us, obviously, but you saw the killer. You were somehow spared, and now you've got to talk about what happened that night, what you did, what you didn't do. How much impact do you think it will have on the jury to hear from Dylan, to hear from Bethany, who were in that house?
I think it's going to make a huge difference. Usually in this sort of situation, as a defense attorney, I would be objecting to these text messages coming in because I would argue they were hearsay. But here in this case, the prosecutor is arguing that this creates a timeline. And with the timeline you gave viewers not that long ago, I think the messages are definitely coming in. It fits perfectly into the timeline that the prosecutor is trying to establish.
Bingo.
I think the text messages are going to have quite an effect on the jury. And as was just stated, obviously it doesn't prove that the defendant charged is the one that committed the crime. But I think with the timeframes, with his phone being off, his car being seen, and then you have these text messages literally being sent at the moment that he's presumed to have left, I think it's going to have a huge impact.
Mike, what do you think the jury does with the odd fact that everyone talks about in this case, and took us a while to fully understand, is that 911 is not called till 11 o'clock in the morning?
Shit, where did he go?
There's no call until 11 in the morning. Does the jury need to understand what's going through the minds of these young girls? Do they need to understand the fear? Do they need to understand the confusion? Or is it not really significant? Or is it very significant?
I think it's a big sore thumb right in the middle of the prosecution's case, right? I think this is, to me, the most puzzling fact that I've looked at in this case. Why did they wait? The text messages were between 4 and 5 a.m., right? And, they were at the grub truck. They went late. They got home, I think, around 2 o'clock. It's been a big sore thumb right in the middle of the case. I think the jury is going to have it explained to them very, very, very directly. right? Because we are dealing with young, impressionable kids. At the end of the day, timeline is a big deal in this case. This whole case is a circumstantial roadmap from Brian Koberger turning off his phone, driving a far distance, turning it back on. And so these messages are going to help explain the lack of a phone call to 911 until 11 o'clock the next day. I think this is a big deal. It's a sort of, I'm riveted to see what the answer is, and I want to see how they approach it, but they're going to have to approach it head on. I think the jury is going to ask that question, because at the end of the day, was it Brian Koberger or was it not? That distance of 6-7 hours, it matters.
Yeah, and it's really something that everyone was talking about and reacting to as well as we got more information now. But I remember early on, it was a big question. So one of the victims, Kaylee, her dad has been very outspoken throughout and spoke to Brian Enton on News Nation, who was filling in for Ashley Banfield. And just like the public, the first time he saw or heard about these text messages was the same time we did when they were just released through a filing. Here's what he said about them.
What struck me is, it's not like Hollywood. It's not a scripted thing. It's not like what you would see on a TV set. That was a raw, emotional breakdown of two girls that were scared for their life. There's part of me that knows that, like how that house was, there's a lot of pranking going on. There's a lot of partying. So there's part of them that was probably thinking, is this a prank? Am I getting messed with? I know for a fact my daughter loved pranking people. So my heart goes out to those two girls. I'd have a hard time if I was one of their parents to have my daughter put through what they've been put through. I mean, we sat 2.5 years on what? Why did this need to be hidden from the public? Why did these girls have to be dragged through all this? These are the type of things that why I do these interviews and why we push back a little bit, because I think a lot of people are questioning right now why this was hidden.
Yes, Steve. A lot of us are, in my opinion, and have been for a long time. And I knew that he stated that before. And it caused way more problems than it didn't. And here we are with this now. So if there, there's that, just saying.
And Brian, he's been very concerned from the beginning because a lot of stuff in this case is under seal. A lot of the information hasn't been made public. His daughter is one of the victims. He feels bad for these two girls. What do you think the trial will be like for those two young women to go through, to show up in court, get up on the witness stand, be questioned, be cross-examined?
It's going to be terrible, just having them having to relive the most devastating and, a child's worst nightmare. I mean, you're in your home, that's your safe place, and to have someone come in and murder your roommates, there's nothing more devastating. And they're going to have to live it all over again as though they're in that house. The prosecution and the defense attorneys are going to put them in that house and ask them questions about what they were thinking, where they were standing, what they were feeling, where were they walking, what were they looking at, what were they seeing? And they're going to have to absolutely relive this from beginning to end. And it's very, very, very devastating.
Brian Watkins, Paulette Lofton, Mike Jaffer, always great to have you on the show. Next time, you're going to be on a lot longer. So tonight we got to move back to Massachusetts. We're going to bring in our trial insiders to try to get some inside information.
All right, so that's it for that. They're moving on to Karen Reed, which we're not dealing with that right now. So Kim says when they interviewed her immediately after the crime, wouldn't she have said that she was texting with Bethany and showed them? So why did they first say it happened from 2 to 3? That's a good question. Yeah, because they initially had the timeline different. So I don't know. That's a good question, Kim. That's a really good question, actually. Because initially they did say 2 to 3, and then they changed the timeline. So that's I agree. Interesting. Annie said she'd be back via her computer. So okay, at this point, because we're getting close to 4 hours here, so we may have to bring this down here soon. But we'll be back here within a few days to finish this up because there's other stuff too that I want to look at. But for right now, we're still here. We're not going over yet.
I thought we were going to bring up the receipts, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you guys want me to pull up?
I I just want the transcript on the screen so we could kind of just,
Yep.
go to the spots and
Absolutely.
people can
No, I
see for
didn't say I was
themselves
leaving
that we're
now.
not just talking.
Taylor, I wasn't saying I was shutting down now. I said soon. So that last part of this is what we're gonna do with this, is bring that stuff up. So
Not yet, Taylor.
don't go. You don't have to go anywhere yet, unless you're going to bed.
No.
You didn't feel good for a while, so it's okay. The transcript.
Oh, SRB, it was awesome.
What are we talking about?
Bro, my cat literally she's never done this before. She came on my bed this morning hey, knock it off. See, but see, in the same breath, she's a little ass.
Right,
she comes at like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, and literally lays down, backs herself up into my arms, and then sprawls out and falls right asleep, dude, like a human. And I never felt more comfortable. Maybe 2-3 other times in my whole life. I didn't want to fucking move ever. It was great because they're cats. It's really hard to build a cat's trust, and they need to feel really safe to lay like that and shit.
Got you. Well, Critical just said that DM deleted those messages, and that's why they had to do a forensic download of her phone.
Okay, hold on. Before we jump to that conclusion,
They would do that automatically anyway, though, wouldn't they?
Well, that's what I mean. Because somebody else said that, and I know who it was, and I don't know about that because I inquired, and supposedly that's not what that means.
I think in a case like this, they would download everybody's phones. I think they do that automatically anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an opinion, but I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Shit, I wish Annie was still up here. She explained it because I brought that up to her and she broke it down, but because she knows how to do all that.
Right.
No messages were deleted. She said if she says it, there's somewhere in there that some kind of something was done to show. But yeah, if you go I think it's around page 76, around 76 to 79. I believe it's one of those pages, and I want to show you two things.
Yeah. I got you.
I think it's 150 pages. I believe the transcript was.
Well, they put it in. They put it in documents, but yeah. Hold on.
No, I forget which shit. I gotta find it. Hold on, because there's one transcript where it's with Payne when he gets on the stand and stuff, and it goes over. It's the one that has that, where she's questioning Payne, and then Payne says, "Well, we stopped looking at suspects, after we got Brian's name." I gotta find out what document that's called. Hold on.
That's what I was just looking into right now. 1 second here.
Anybody here know that document name? I can't close my window or else.
Which one it was? That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Sherry's looking at it for me right now too, trying to figure out which document that was, and I can't remember. Oh Jesus!
Eddie, you know the one that we've been referencing this whole time.
The number of it, what was the title of that document specifically?
I was chatting with Bombshell, I confess. Can you tell me which one we're looking for again?
The one that has when they put Payne on the stand and the
blood and all that.
Yeah.
Oh, let me look.
Yeah, the one we've been referencing this whole time. Miss Potts, the one where they asked Payne.
Is that the transcript?
Yeah, the transcript.
Okay.
It's the one that has that in it, yeah.
It's dated the 21st of February.
21st, okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me get into there's so many of these. Thank God they
so many, right?
Yeah, there's a lot. And they finally it's funny because Mama Bear said, I wish they would reorganize these by year.
And if I'm not mistaken, we're still waiting for Anna puts more stuff out, right? The defense to come out with.
Yes.
Shit. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy too.
That's what I think. I think everybody's waiting to see what comes from that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if we're gonna learn all this from the prosecution putting stuff out, whoo-wee.
Yes, sir. Oh, Lord have mercy. Hold on.
This is Ann's moment to talk because she's not allowed to talk. So,
Well,
I do
give
my
me the
talking in
authority.
documents.
Yep. Hold on. I got to find this link one more time.
Someone answer Oscar's question about the sheet. I don't want to be saying.
And God bless Eddie. Eddie has the most accurate, on point notes. I've never seen anybody take notes like that in my life, and it's amazing. If it weren't for him,
Who, Eddie? Eddie,
yeah.
do you use paper? Physical paper?
Yeah, I do.
Nice. That's how I am, dude. Dude, I cannot like write notes on like my phone or a computer or tablet. It needs to be. I need to write it down physically.
That's why I have 3,500 notebooks.
Yeah. But I get my daily dose with, I call Annie, or Annie calls me every day, and then she's like an encyclopedia with this fucking case, dude.
Yeah, she's very, very well.
It's crazy. She'd be like, oh, this here, and this is done here, and they got this lab report here that's sealed. I'm like, holy shit.
Between her and Eddie together, if you put them together and you can get any answer to anything, you're
machines. I'm not. Yeah, see, I'm not. I can't. I'm not like that, unfortunately.
And it doesn't take Eddie long to find. You can just say, I think it was this,
Yeah.
and in about 3 minutes, and he'll have it for you.
Yeah. I'm just never ashamed to ask a question I don't know,
But you shouldn't be
guys,
anyway.
So I've learned early on, through these chats, people would chat misinformation, and so I began taking notes. And then,
dude, remember like a couple years ago, we get thrown out of places for having different opinions.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like cat herding. Everybody goes, they hear something, and then like you'll be in a different chat on another day, and it's already going the wrong way. It's already what they remember is wrong, and they're putting out.
It would happen sometimes, Eddie. You remember that.
So what I've done, not only did I start taking notes, but then, so I would like correct people, and they'd say, well, where did you, what's the source of that? Where's the receipt? So not only then I evolve my notes, have not only what it is, but then the receipt to that. Like, what's the first time?
Don't cover too much.
Yeah, the first time that was ever learned or put out. So.
No, agreed, 100%. All right, guys, I'm almost there. Hold on.
Don't give her too much.
1 second. Come on.
Sorry, I couldn't mute.
You're fine. You're fine. We all have kids.
Talking to my daughter.
While we're waiting, I don't know if I dropped out or if you dropped me out, Dago. But when I was talking about the pain interview,
that's good.
Yeah, I didn't drop it. I just bumped out. It happens.
Because like by May, if you were arrested 30th of December, and then you're requesting your discovery in May, you would know that, after your arrest, who interviewed you, right? You would know the name.
Absolutely. Yep.
So they're requesting, that discovery of the phone interview by Payne, by his name, Payne.
Right.
And they've never been, that discovery was never turned over at the end of the long story. I don't know when I dropped out, what part of the story I was at, but she never got that discovery, and therefore she never will. So let's say that was you, right? You had an interview with a detective, and they never turned that discovery over, and they refused to, and then they're gaslighting you and say, oh, that Payne interview that you're after, that was actually a special agent, Shirley, with the FBI, who interviewed you, not Payne. Oh. And he didn't record it.
Oh, so, imagine that.
Yeah, so they're gaslighting you. You know who really interviewed you. They're not going to turn it over. So you know what that means? That means that you cannot use that at trial, because you would look like, who knows what was said during that interview, but it's something that's not good for the state. Of course. Yeah. So you can't, their hands are tied. She can't say, because it's right now it's he said, she said. She can't say, well, yes, you did. Well, no, we didn't. It would look desperate. So we'll never know. Brian knows what was said, but the state's not turning that over.
Right.
So there's two realities, I guess, to get to my point is, and that'll be a common theme in this entire case. There's two realities. There's the one that's on the record that the state is saying
Mm-hmm.
And
What
Anne
was the
has
date
to
again, real
roll
quick,
with
Eddie?
that.
What was the date again?
Of which?
The one that
document you said?
the one that has the transcript per
Oh,
se.
it's on the 21st
In February?
of February. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So, True Realities, and whatever's on the record in the state is saying Anne has to roll with that and go with that the best she can. But
there we go.
There's going to be a lot of times when there's things that really happened that, in fact, in actuality, it never happened. But that's what I mean by True Realities. It's kind of a complex thought.
Did it let you zoom more at all, Diego?
Yeah, I can blow it up more. I just didn't want to overblow it so that you guys
can't see shit. There we go. Oh
that
yeah.
better?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys.
No, I hear you, Eddie.
Okay. So we're gonna go into.
Sorry. I was gonna respond, Eddie.
We're gonna go with, let's see, direct examination by Miss Taylor. This is the part where you want to do.
And then Nye at 70 if we can. See cross examination, Mr. Nye.
You want to go with that one first?
Oh, I don't care where we. I just want to, just so people can see what we're talking about on the paper, kind of about the blood, about and I want to show everybody the woman reading the email. I think that's important.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have a lot of these page numbers written down too. So if you want to, like,
so if you go to 76, Diego, if you just scroll down, just if you slow up a little bit, I'm looking for a specific word, then I can. All right, just go right down here. Okay, we were. Let's see, Othram, correct. It's not party. Okay, keep going down a little bit. Oh wait, we're at 74. We gotta go down a little bit. I think it's 76. Let's see.
Oh, about the knife. This knife.
Yeah. I think this is it here, right?
Right.
Yep. This is it. So, yeah. I don't know if you want to read it or we can.
Yeah. No, I'll read it. We might have to take turns at some point, but yeah, I'll read it. It's fine. Question and Q&A. Obviously, we know question answer, and I know that you don't recall exactly where the knife sheath was swabbed, but we've been talking about policies. Do your policies or best practices suggest where a knife sheath or an item like that should be swabbed for DNA? Sorry, guys. Answer is no. It would be impossible for our analytical methods to cover how to swab or where to swab every single item of evidence. We receive quite a wide variety of items into the laboratory. So it's the analyst's job as a scientist, as a practitioner in forensic biology, screening, and DNA analysis to know what they're targeting. Excuse me. Welcome, Dakota. Geez, sorry about that.
All right.
Yeah, you can get that crap stuck in your throat. And Annie, you're welcome to jump back up anytime you're ready, dear. So on this item, I do believe that there was also blood. So they would have been targeting that separate and then also trying to determine who may have handled that. So they would have specifically honed in on an area that whoever handled it would have had to have touched and maybe touched repeatedly. Question. That was the end of that answer. Question again. And why do they hone in on those areas in particular? Well, because that's the question we are trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer. Did you need me to stop?
No, I was just saying, boom, like right there. I mean, you just read that last paragraph is clearly stating there's blood on a sheath.
Yep.
You know?
And it wasn't it was a mixed sample, Oscar, is what they were saying. Because that's the question we're trying to answer. In forensic DNA analysis, the questions we're trying to answer is, can we link assailant to victim, victim to assailant, or one or both to the scene? So in this instance, my understanding, the sheath was found at the scene. So trying to link the possible perpetrator to the scene. And why in particular do you hone in on the areas where this person may have handled the knife sheath? Because DNA is found in the cells in our body. and that includes the skin cells that are slothed off on our hands when items are handled. So looking for any touch DNA is the term that is most often used, or from someone touching or handling an item. So if I'm understanding correctly, the analyst is swabbing the places that would most likely have that touch DNA, correct? Huh. Hold on. See, let me ask a question, guys. If you were told, if you were an analyst, okay, and somebody brought this to you,
and had blood on it,
right, and somebody said, we need to check this. I want you to test, as we most likely do, the places that typically someone touches on this. Is anybody ever going to touch and swab inside that? I mean, they may, but not first and foremost. Okay.
Is that where they're saying it is?
Inside, yeah, Willie. Inside the mail.
In there?
Snap, in there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This isn't the same exact sheath, you guys, but it's what I have.
I didn't know what they meant inside the button.
That's it. Inside the male part of the snap.
Jesus.
So, and it says that would most likely have that touch DNA, which would be all of this. Okay. This would be secondary to me, the inside of that snap, or inside that, because you don't typically handle that as much.
Oh yeah, I'm swabbing. Yeah, I'm swabbing everything else first.
Right.
Especially the blood.
Exactly. The blood probably first, of course.
I also have a quick question, and I want to take advantage as long as Miss Potts is still here, and others in chat too, or anybody.
Yes.
Since the hearing and this transcript specifically, I've had a question about, did the sheath get delivered to Othram or just the DNA extract? You know, the raw data?
Did they take the whole sheath itself or just the data? Yeah, that's a good question. That is a good question, Andy. That's a really good question, actually. I wondered that myself.
Because they drove or flew or whichever, to Othram with this.
They flew
whatever
it,
it was.
what I remember. That's true. Wow. That is a very interesting question. Welcome, Mountain Man. Good to see you. Duty says the sheath was delivered. So the whole sheath went.
Yeah.
But what's
and
the source of that?
I don't know how much more like you're gonna get reading the rest of this stuff. I was just more focused on just kind of showing what we were talking about as far as like where it was, the proof is that there's blood on the sheet when she was describing it. But I think the email is right around here somewhere if you take a look. But what Eddie was talking about with pain, I'm not sure where that was.
He probably knows better than we do.
Yeah, Eddie probably knows where all this stuff is.
Do you know exactly where that email is, Eddie? I can hit Control F and probably find it. Hold on.
That I don't. I probably haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, it's right around. Oh, you haven't seen it?
Hold on.
The amount of information that's come our way lately is
if you scroll down, I think because they were still talking about the sheath.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
If you go to 78 or 79, it might be something.
Redirect examination 78. Refresher recollect.
Oh, right there. Hold on.
Reading the email that's been.
Here we go.
Yeah, reading the email that's been placed in front of you, does that refresh your recollection about what you believed to be the place the sheath was swabbed? Answer is very much so.
Okay, keep going down.
Where was it swabbed?
Here we go.
The knife. Oh, see, that's a misprint right there all the way around.
Riley Nolan, she's ISP. Keep in mind.
Not a misprint, dude. She said that.
Yeah, I mean, but yes, you're right. The knife was swabbed the entire. Did you say the knife was swabbed? The witness says, sorry, the knife sheath. Am I allowed to read it? By Miss
So you see a Hitler came flying in like a bat out of hell?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say a knife sheath? I mean, did you say a knife was swabbed? Dude, let her talk.
Yeah. You're supposed to read it and let it refresh your recollection and then not read it, but just tell me a summary of where it was. The answer was the entire leather portion of the strap, both top and bottom, and then the underside of the button. I misspoke. She did not swab the top of the button because that was determined to be the most likely place for fingerprints to be found. Not to mention that it degrades when it's on brass too. So there's that.
So there you go. I just wanted you to see that, you know, the lady's literally reading an email, and
right.
it's weird that she says the knife was swabbed, and then kind of like stutters.
Is this all to answer my question? And my question was, did they deliver the sheath to Othram, or was it just the DNA extract?
Well, that's what somebody answered in chat and said that they delivered the sheath. So how do we know that?
Right. But how do we know, you know, specifically, is that confirmed?
That's what I mean.
I'm not doubting it. But
is there any kind of a documentation that proves that, or a receipt? I agree with you on that. I would like to know that myself, Edward.
Yep. If we'll ever find out.
Because when they're talking about where the sheath was swabbed, I believe we were just reading what Riley Nolan's testimony.
Uh-huh.
Well, she's with ISP.
Duty said it's in the document somewhere. So
well, that's right. But that does
just because it's in the document doesn't mean that we know for a fact it happened. Is what
yeah,
you're
we
saying.
have to have the receipt of it, you know, to know it.
Right. No, I get it. I understand what you mean. I don't believe anything they say. The text messages prove that the PCA is false. It does definitely say that the PCA.
And then where was Payne's testimony at? Do you remember what?
Page 7. It starts, I think, at page 7.
Is that where it's at?
I think that's what the content said. Yeah, I can go back. Hang on.
Yeah, that's really the only couple things I know from this transcript that are important.
What you said, though, Eddie, is a huge point. That's huge. All right, so we have the defense witnesses, Detective Brett Payne, direct examination by Ms. Taylor, and then we have the cross. So I will go to page 7 and start there.
So just to answer Oscar Meyer's question, to say in general that it's out there in the record. Well, the record is, you know, that doesn't get us to the answer. It has to be like, which document of the record is what we're asking.
Right. Okay. First witness, Miss Taylor, the court, just to make sure we're not live, right? Oh, okay. And of course, all that stuff. Do you solemnly swear all that? Detective Corporal Payne being sworn, direct examination. Good morning, blah, blah, blah.
And if I'm not mistaken, Payne was paid by the defense to do this.
I heard that as well.
Believe it or not.
Yes.
Okay. Crazy. Yes. How long have you been at Moscow PD? 7 years now. Prior to Moscow, law enforcement. I remember all this. Yes. Okay. Military Police Corps, the U.S. Army for 3 years prior. In the course of your responsibilities, were you handling an investigation involving homicides at 1122? Yes. Okay. We don't need all that. I'm trying to get to where they start getting into. Okay. As such, did you participate in search for a suspect? Yes, ma'am. And when was the first time you heard Brian? Here we go. When was the first time you heard Brian Koberger's name? It was December 19th of 2022. Okay, there's that. Notate that. Okay. And what was that a result of? That was a result of investigative genetic genealogy that was being undertaken by the FBI. That, in my opinion, is not true. But okay. We had a phone call that evening, and we were told Brian Koberger's name. From who? Oh, Eddie fell out.
Oh, shit.
Hold on. Hit that link, buddy. I'll bring it back up if you can hear me. We had a phone call that evening. We were told Brian Koberger's name. And before that, Mr. Koberger was not on your radar? No, ma'am. That's not true. Because they themselves, oh my God, that irritates the shit out of me. They themselves stated that they had looked into him in November. Okay. Wow. And that's it, Tomboy. Tomboy just said it right there too. So why would they have Othram stop on the 10th of December? Thank you. Welcome back, buddy. Okay. So I don't know if you heard that, Eddie, because you fell out there for a minute. But the first time that Payne claims that they had Brian on their radar was December 19th of 2022. That was a result of investigative genetic genealogy because they had a phone call that evening and we were told Brian Koberger's name. Before that, Mr. Koberger was not on your radar? No, ma'am. That's a lie. Okay. That's a lie on the stand in court, folks. Before December 19th, was the FBI cast team member collocated with you? Yes, ma'am. How long had he been collocated with you? I don't remember exactly, but it had been several weeks at that point. And was that Nicholas Balance? Yes, ma'am. What other FBI team members were there? Were collocated, sorry. Goodness, a lot. We had technical assistant Maria Tyndall, S.A. Jacobson, and numerous other FBI special agents that were there to assist. By the time it was December 19th and you first heard of Brian Koberger's name, had you reviewed videotapes? Yes, man. Now I'm going to stop here and go backwards, okay? This is kind of pissing me off a little bit. We know for a fact that they told us at one point, Eddie, you remember this. I know you do, and you probably have a note of it too. We were told that they had first gotten, like, they were on to Brian, I guess we could say, we'll put it that way, in November at some point, right or wrong?
I don't have that receipt.
Okay. Remember we talked about they had looked into him once and they let him go?
No.
Because he didn't match up to something or whatever. I can't remember where the hell
it was in the Brian.
Yeah.
I don't
really?
It was sometime in November. They had looked into him or looked at him or spoke with something, and they let him go because something didn't match up or something. But that was way back in the beginning, you guys, that we were told that.
Maybe I didn't hear that. we were told a lot of shit, dude.
I know, but that I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah.
And then Mountain Man's asking, when did they locate the car? Isn't November 29th one of those days that we were told?
I think he might go into it. I'm not sure here.
Okay.
She might ask him at some point.
It started from the car. God, there's got to be somebody in here that remembers this. I know, True Seeker. Chain of custody.
Was it like a report? Like, who said it?
I'm trying to remember where we got it from. Heather says, I've been saying for so long that the things that happened on the 29th. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Duty says, I accompanied the officer from Boise down to Houston and then down to the Othram laboratory. I didn't have possession of the sample, but I was with the investigator that did. Interesting. Welcome back, Peggy. When was the call about the launcher by campus police or whoever that was? That's what I'm trying to remember, SRB. Critical. Oh, hold on, guys. Sorry, I bumped something. If you two could, one quick second, I'll be right back with you.
Alrighty. Well. I want to know why Payne's lying. If he knows he's going to have to answer for it later.
Right. That comment that was just highlighted of duty calls. So notice how it's referred to as the sample. So it's still unclear as to what it was that was delivered to Othram. You know, my question is being very specific. Was it the sheath itself or just the raw data? Of the DNA extract. So if anyone has that receipt, that would be, you know, whether you put it in comments after the live stream or whatever, that'd be really interesting. I haven't come across that yet.
I wonder if Andy knows. Where the hell is she at?
I'm here. Sorry about that. Lurkin Gherkin. Hello. It's hilarious. I love the name.
Lurkin Gherkin.
The sample was delivered. There's Annie right there. Sample was delivered to Othram because ISP would keep the sheath for the state's case. Right. Okay. So it was the DNA itself. It wasn't the sheath. Okay. Okay. Now that you're here, Annie, do you remember? I know you do. We were told that at some point in November that they had they were on to Koberger at some point, but they let him go. Do you remember that, Annie? Because we had a whole show about that. We talked about it. And what, like, a roundabout time that was, because if I know that that's a fact, because he's stating right here that the only time that they were on to him was as of December 19th, period. That there was, he says right here that there never happened before that. Welcome, Jody.
I really wish I could help you with that, Dago, but honestly, I've never heard of such a thing.
Oh yeah, we talked about that a few times. I think Daniel even had that on his show too, and it was that I know this ain't no whatever the Mandela.
Daniel was saying all the time that they had his name in November, but
they had him and they let him go because he didn't fit or match up to something. One of the newer docs talks about WSU contacting him and also running his car, right? And they gave that information to
MPD.
Yes, thank you. And something didn't match somewhere. I can't remember what it was, but they let it go and moved on from there. So
apparently MPD became aware of that on the 20th of December.
Gotcha.
You know, although it was reported, November 29th or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what Mountain Man just said. The car was located by WSU on the 29th of November, right?
So serendipitously, it escaped all of their attention until the 20th of December.
Right, and you didn't think to go swab or have a conversation. We talked about this 2 years ago. At that point, you just let it go, and stopped him twice in Indiana, and then you go kick his front door in. This is what I'm trying to get to, and then lied about it on stand.
Right.
See, it says Payne didn't even know about WSU until December 20th. Where the hell did we get that? There was somewhere in here, guys. It was talked about. We talked about it a couple years ago in a couple streams, if I could find it, that they had him at some point in November at first and thought that he could have been it and then let him go. They let that go, that tip or whatever the hell it was. I can't remember how it was put. Payne verified he didn't know about WSU information until almost a month after it actually happened. Okay.
Remember when I was talking about Angela Palermo and you didn't recall that?
I do.
Okay. Fragility of memory is a real thing. And
I know, and that's why I had these notepads. But
I don't mention it to pick on you, but
you're right.
I know you have a long list of true crime cases that you plan on covering in the future. But one might be a good one to cover is Jennifer Thompson and Ronald Cotton. It's called. It's really a good example of how a witness, when they do identify the perpetrator up close and in good light, they misidentify when asked to pick out the perpetrator, because she was able to give a detailed description and they did a composite sketch in a 6-pack lineup. She picked out who she thought it was, and then they did a physical lineup, and again she made the same mistake and picked him out again. So
yeah, I wrote it down. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah,
I think
it's interesting, but our memories are not as good as what.
No. You are right.
Yeah, so
especially with everything we've covered.
Any of this about the them identifying him.
It wasn't a positive ID, but it was stated that they had him in their sights per se. It was sometime in November, and they let him go. And I questioned that when we talked about why did you not swab him at that time? Why did you not this? What something didn't match up or something? I can't remember what it was. It's been so long, you guys. I'll have to go back and figure it out.
Nothing in my notes like that.
Yeah, I see, and that's what almost makes it feel like a damn Mandela effect or some weird shit.
And guys, I don't trust my own memory. That's why I write it down.
Right, that's me too. So I'm gonna have to go back and figure it out, and I will. The next time we do this, hopefully I'll have that information and figure that out. But going forward with this, at least,
yeah, because otherwise I'd just be useless up on panel. I would just be like I said, describe it as cat herding. Everyone just is scattered every which direction with what they think.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. And so, but either way, this is still the statement is still a lie. Okay. That he says that they didn't have any clue as to who Brian Koberger was before December 19th. That's still not true. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
he's going to contradict himself.
He pretty much states that they did.
Yeah.
Where were we?
Let me get back down here. Before December 19th was FBI cast team. Yes. Okay, we were there already. And that was, so we're down here now. I forgot. And he said that already. And had you reviewed the videotapes? Yes, ma'am. How many hours of videotape do you think you reviewed? I don't remember a lot. I can't give. And you went see that these answers were bullshit too. I'm sorry, but you should have came prepared with your notes and or facts. Okay. But regardless, how many hours of videotape? I don't remember a lot. I can't give you an accurate representation. Sorry. Bullshit. In those videotapes, did you focus in on any particular ones that were of interest to you? Yes, ma'am. In particular would be the blank. Are you talking about addresses that were, how would you like me to refer to them? How you nicknamed the cameras. So the first one was from 1112 King. It was a surveillance camera, an exterior surveillance camera on a house that was immediately to the northeast of 1122 King Road. I forgot the address off the top of my head, of course. Again, you should have had your notes ready. But there was footage from the A&W, which is at the corner of Lauder and South Main, or Highway 95. There was footage from an address on Indian Hills, which we knew that too. There was also footage from a Ridge Road camera. Yes. And that's how we referred to them, was basically by those names. With those references in mind and keeping December 19th in mind, which of those cameras were your focus before you learned of Brian Koberger's name? I would say all of them were of importance before that. And it was later that other cameras became important. Is that right? Those were the main ones we relied upon for vehicles in particular, is what those were. I'm going to return to that in just a minute, but I want to talk to you about interviews. This is another thing I thought was important. Did you interview people in relation to the case before December 19th? Yes, ma'am. And did other officers interview people? Yes, ma'am. Were some of those people the roommates of the people at 1122? Yes, ma'am. Did you review other officers' work as well? Yes, ma'am. And did you have regular meetings with other officers about the status of the investigation? Yes, ma'am. Did you have any role in deciding to pursue investigative genetic genealogy? Yes, ma'am. It was a collaborative decision amongst the command team to go that route. But yes, I was part of that. Were you part of the discussions during the process of the identification? Yes, ma'am. Were you aware that Othram Laboratories began the work on the investigative genetic genealogy? Yes, ma'am. What kinds of information did you receive from Othram? I don't remember. Here we go again. This blows my mind. I don't remember what from Othram directly. I knew they were conducting their specific type of work, and I don't remember exactly what they provided to us conveniently. Did you receive some documents from them? Yes, ma'am. Do you know how many documents received? I do not. Was it one time or more than one time? I don't remember. Were you part of the discussion to take the work from Othram and go to the FBI? Yes. Why was that decision made? From my understanding, granted, this is my first encounter with investigative genetic genealogy. So again, as a collaborative discussion, we decided that because the Idaho State Police Lab and Othram had essentially exhausted their resources. Okay, remember that. Both Idaho ISP Lab and Othram exhausted their resources. This is how I understood it. What we would move to the that we would move to the FBI because they had more resources available to pursue this particular avenue. Do you know what more resources the FBI had? The only thing I'm privy to was that they had more databases that they could compare the sample to. That was the extent of my knowledge. Do you have familiarity with the databases and the rules that apply to those? No. I'll save those questions. Was that your communications with the FBI about the IGG? So our communications were just via telephone. The sample was sent to the FBI. I don't remember the date it was given over to them, but after that, there were very few conversations. And if they happened at all, they were just telephonic. He has no idea about any of this stuff. None of it. And I understand you forget things, but
biggest case of his life, right? Yeah.
Notes. You bring your notes about these things. You were warned weeks ahead of time that this was going to happen. Bring the file. That's all I'm saying. I have an issue with that. I'm sorry. They were all just telephonic, advising us that the process was still in the works and that they would let us know when or if they had anything of interest for us. Do you know what files or documents went to the FBI from Othram? I do not remember. Did you receive documents from the FBI in relation to IGG? Yes. I believe after the fact, after we received Koberger's name, we did receive documents, but I don't remember what they are. What they were. Surprise. Do you know how many documents related to IGG received from the FBI? Of course not. No. I believe as part of discovery, it was in the thousands of pages, but that's the best of my knowledge. And thank you for that. All right. Once you have Koberger identified, what's your understanding of what that meant to have his name? Just in relation to the overall investigation, is that? Yes. So the only thing that was given to us was Brian Koberger's name. That was it. It was conveyed to us by the FBI that it was to be taken as no more than a tip. That was it. So once we received his name, we set about doing basically an independent verification of whether or not he was involved in this crime. I'm going to talk to you about that a little bit more. Do you know why the FBI connected Brian Koberger to the case? The answer is, so December 20th, if memory serves, we had a secondary meeting with the FBI via Teams. And if memory serves, they simply walked us through the family tree. How they did that, now I don't remember. The details of it all, it was an in-depth conversation that, to be honest, is above my head. But they essentially worked their way through the family tree and arrived at a conclusion that Brian Koberger was a person we should look into as a tip. That's the extent of my knowledge of how they did that. How generic does that sound, you guys? I'm dead serious.
If I'll jump in here real quick.
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
I think the magic or the catch where she gets them is back earlier when she's talking about unknown male B and D. I think, and I don't expect you to scroll back. Don't lose your place. But I think she's established, because when were they aware of unknown male B and D? Because his testimony is that they withheld looking into those two unknowns because
I'll go find it, Eddie. I don't mind find it.
They had Brian's name at that point.
What is it?
Wait,
does that make sense?
That was already read?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Yeah, if you have any idea where it might be, I'll go get it. It's no big deal.
18 or page 18, the bottom of page 18.
Hold on.
So amongst ourselves, when were they aware of unknown male B and D? Put a date on that, right?
Okay.
Wait, I don't think you read that yet, but let's read it now.
No, here we come. I'm coming up on it right now.
Yeah, when did Othram have this?
Okay, I'll read this here from here down.
Yeah, just read it.
That says, talk to me about, this is her saying, I remember some of this personally, but talk to me about going to Pennsylvania for the trash pool. Well, I was not in Pennsylvania for the trash pool. I thought he was, but okay. I'll ask somebody else that later. All right. So after you received Brian Koberger's name, and he hasn't been on your radar at all before this, correct? Or she said right, and he said correct. All right. You had pursued interviews and surveillance video. Had you pursued evidence found inside the scene at 11:22? Yes, ma'am. What efforts did you make to pursue unknown male B? The answer is you have to be more specific. Of course you do. I don't remember exactly where unknown male B came from. If I told you the lab report showed unknown male B came from a blood spot on the handrail going between the second and the first floor, does that help to jog your memory? Yes, ma'am. Why did you not pursue that person? At that point in time, we had already received Mr. Koberger's name, and from what my understanding was, entering another DNA profile in the CODIS would remove the previous one. We had what?
Right there, that sentence. When did they?
Okay.
When were they aware of unknown male B and D? Right.
Right. It would remove the previous one we had from the knife sheath. So if memory serves, the discussion was we'll hold off. We'll stay with the one from the knife sheath. If we need to, we can address the unknown male B at a later time. Wow.
I don't know if I have the answer, but I'm sure Ann Taylor does.
Yep.
As to that date.
Which is why
she was satisfied. She knew she had him because she didn't pursue. She's satisfied right there.
Well, she closed it out right here. She says, I want to make sure that I understand your testimony. You were not aware of unknown male B until after December 19th when you knew Brian's name. No, ma'am, I was aware of that before. Okay, so there it is, guys. They were aware of unknown B before they got Brian's name.
Yeah.
Or how about unknown male D? Again, you're going to have to be more specific. If I told you unknown D came from the lab report from a sample of blood on some gloves outside the house, does that refresh your memory? Yes, it does. You're aware of that too? Yes, ma'am. I want to back up and talk about the affidavits. I think you told me in a prior hearing that you were the person that wrote Exhibit A or the affidavit in support of the search warrants when it came to looking for things about Brian. Did I understand that right? Yes, ma'am. And the affidavit when you began was on December 23rd to get records. As far as when I started writing the affidavit, is that what you're referring to? The first search warrant that applied to Brian Koberger? I believe it was December 23rd, yes. When did you begin writing that affidavit? I began writing that affidavit long before that. It had been a running affidavit because at the beginning of it, there's the walkthrough of the crime scene. There's numerous things. It was a living document. So we would just add information to it.
And it was a living document. What the hell?
It was ongoing, is what that means. So they would just add.
I know what it means. You
Yeah,
guys are jerk off.
Which means that they were putting things in a PCA as they were investigating, little by little by little. Which is convenient, but okay. It was a living document, so we just add information to it. I'd say that document started, I don't know, couldn't give an exact date, a couple weeks prior to that, even before we knew Mr. Koberger's name. So they started the PCA before they even knew who Brian was, according to him.
Say that again?
It was a living document. I don't know. I couldn't give an exact date. A couple weeks prior to that, even before we knew Brian Koberger's name, is when they started the PCA. So they created this PCA and said, okay, fill in the space, fill in the dots. I mean, that's basically how this reads. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay. Help me understand what parts were added after you knew Koberger's name. Well, to walk down the line best I can. So obviously there's the initial component, which is the crime scene, the testimony from the roommates. Then after that, it shifts to, I believe, the first mention of, or the first component that was that Brian Koberger was pulled over by Corporal Duke on a traffic stop. He was also contacted by WSU police. His vehicle was ran by WSU PD officers. Then after that, we included trying to walk down through the thing without it in front of me. Then we included the vehicle information that was about the white Elantra, and after we included his residence and that he had hit LPRs, or his vehicle had been seen on LPRs between Moscow or Pullman, in Pennsylvania. And there was the component about where he lived in Pennsylvania. And she says, let's go back to that. The time before you started adding the traffic stop, that affidavit contains some information that you gained from other officers. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Okay, you didn't write large parts of that affidavit. Is that also right? I took a lot of language from experts and other officers and agents. That's correct. Are you aware that your affidavit, your living document that was claimed by other people as their own original document, not giving you credit, but claimed as their own? Are you aware of that? Yes, ma'am. Are you aware that you probably know because Nicholas Balance was collocated with you? Did the two of you continually work on language to satisfy what the prosecutor wanted to see for probable cause? Yes, ma'am.
Bang.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to right there. And not to mention the fact the way that this was created. Okay, did you and Nicholas Balance produce a map to show a possible route of travel for your suspect? Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, I am at Defendant's 1A. I can either put it up here for approach for the court with the map. The judge says, can I see what you're referring to? There's been a lot of Exhibit A's in this case. Just as housekeeping you had mentioned, you stipulated to the admission of sounds like a large chunk of records, 1,000 pages. Yes, Your Honor, it's the stack of exhibits that came behind the amended Frank's motion from the defense. Okay, you want me to search through that to find stuff that you want me to rely on? I don't. I'm happy to give you my copy. He says, no, I remember this. I don't mean that. As you know, I entered the order in this case, and I'm not going to scour the record to find things that support your claims in this case. You have to cite them in particularly so that I get concerned. So I get concerned when I'm told I'm going to get a large document to be admitted that doesn't sound like it's going to be the focus of the actual hearing or much of it. Well, Your Honor, I do have quite a few more questions for this detective. I'm trying to be mindful of my role here with him as far as Frank's and his work in IGG. But when it's time for me to argue Frank's, what I plan to do was to argue from the exhibits, identify them for the court, and hand the court my copy. So I don't expect the court to thumb through all the D1, D2s. I just didn't bring another 1,000 pages with me. The court says, I understand. My concern wasn't so much that I had in front of me as actual paper. My concern is littering the record with things that are not referred to. If you're going to refer to specific documents in here, that's fine, but don't expect me to go looking at things you don't refer to necessarily. I absolutely understand that, Your Honor. Those were all put in so that counsel would be advised. Okay, so at this point here, that tells us they created it, but I mean, it tells me if I'm wrong about this, somebody fix me. Okay, but if we go back to what I just read, it says that they created this document and then filled in the dots. Okay, as they went on. That just doesn't fit for me. I'm sorry. I'm just not comfortable with it. If that's how it's done, then okay, but and I didn't think so.
Yeah, man, this case is wild.
Yeah.
You know, there is a saying, the truth will out. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, she got him to admit that they were on his name before the IGG tip on December 19th.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
exactly.
For some reason, the state has to have us believe that it was the IGG that led them to Brian Kohlberger, because if we knew the real reason why they were on to Brian Kohlberger before that, it would probably reveal, remember I was talking earlier about corruption?
Yes.
It would reveal to some motive, which, again, usually is about corruption. It's not about, oh, we got to save the economy. It's a noble cause, and everybody seems to understand it. And our minds migrate towards things that are simple to understand. But and they would, like I said, they'd be happy that if you went on believing that. But there's something more sinister. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted you to read what's his name contradicting himself, because I think that's important, dude.
It is. I mean, there it is, guys, and it says a lot of. We're learning a lot of stuff.
So again, whether you feel one way or another about this case, I mean, you can't hide from this.
Still there.
These are all,
yep. No matter how you look at it, that still exists and it's real. So 100%, you guys. Holy shit!
So listen, I'm gonna hop down. I gotta go get something to eat.
And we've been here for 4.5 hours, but we'll be back here in a day or two. I want to do some more. I want to look into more of this. And Willie, thank you for joining us, bud.
Thank you for
having me. Thanks for having me.
I hope you guys are into it, because, like I said, we'll be back here in a day or so to look over a couple days to look over more of this. Okay.
Man, I like doing this because I always learn something new.
Yeah, and there's much to learn, in my opinion. So yes, thank you guys very much, Eddie.
Later.
Yes,
Eddie,
sir. Have a great night, Eddie. Appreciate
Good night,
you.
Willie.
There you go. See you guys. See you, chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care, bud. And everybody in the chat. Quite interesting, if you ask me. I don't know what everybody thinks, but wow. There's definitely some interesting pieces of information in here. And like I said, there's more to it. We're going to read into it again. A couple more days or so. Give everybody a break from this and let your brains, calm down a little bit. There's a lot to absorb. It's a great conversation, you guys. And like I said, there's things that I'm learning that I wasn't completely understanding of, I guess you could say. And I'm grateful that we can do this. And I appreciate everybody's input on this all up through here. All of you guys. Definitely interesting. Hey, Riley, good to see you. It's okay. True Seeker said sinister is a good word. It could be looked at that way. All right. Go check out Miss Dawn, Southern Gals doing a live. There you go. Take care, Miss Peggy. Thank you for joining us. And that goes for all you guys. I really appreciate you guys so very much. I hope to see you guys again. I hope you guys are enjoying the ability that we can do this together and break things down. Thank you, True Seeker. So have you. D, it's great to see you as always. Let me come back up here a little bit. Make sure I'm catching everything. Yeah, it kind of like that's what I was trying to think of earlier, SRB. Like a game of Mad Libs where you get the little booklet and you fill in the spots to make it match up to what you're trying to get to. That's what it sounds like. 100%. Have a great night, Jody. Thank you for joining us. It's crazy to me, you guys. I just for some reason I don't think that's how that's supposed to be done, but okay. Kim Young, have a great night, dear. So very much. Appreciate you so much. Much appreciation to all you for joining this evening. Everyone, take care and see you soon. Of course, I'll be here in the morning for the morning show, as always. And I appreciate those of you that show up for that too. The rest of you guys, I will see you again in a couple of days, I'm sure. Miss Heather, thank you for joining us. I'm grateful that Miss Annie joined us. Thank you, Horse TV. Appreciate you, Yvonne, you as well. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. This has been a great night, great show, great conversation, great panel, and you guys are all great people. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you guys very soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless. He won't stay quiet. Diego's got the fire, igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night.